Chapter 1081. Greenwood looked at Yun Luofeng, Tower Lord. I think that there might be spies among the doctors who have joined the medical tower. Should we find a way to lure them out? Lure them out? Yun Luofeng smirked. Don't you think that's too troublesome? Greenwood paused. If we don't lure them out, it'll be bad for the medical tower. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned back in her chair and smiled evilly. There's no need for that. If we want them to give up on the medical tower, there's a more convenient way. What way? It's very simple, which is, make the Wu family and the O family disappear. Or, make them our own. Greenwood was completely dumbfounded. Lure out the spies? So, she wanted to find out where these spies came from? In this world, apart from her, who else could say such domineering words? Greenwood subconsciously wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Tower Lord, isn't that more troublesome? Greenwood, Yun Luofeng raised her eyes and looked at Greenwood. You must understand, if you kill one spy, another will come. The best way is to become stronger. In this mainland, where strength is everything, as long as you have enough strength, who would dare to target you? Greenwood fell silent. Yun Luofeng was right. The only way to solve this problem once and for all was to become more powerful. Spies could not be completely eliminated. Only by becoming so strong that no one dared to target the medical tower would there be no more spies. I'm tired, Yun Luofeng stretched lazily. You can leave first. Greenwood could only bitterly laugh. Perhaps he really was getting old, and couldn't see things as clearly as a young man. After taking one last look at the exhausted Yun Luofeng, Greenwood turned and walked out, carefully closing the door behind him. After he left, Yun Luofeng suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze pierced through the curtains, looking at the azure sky. Yun Xiao, wait for me. I'll use the fastest speed to become stronger, and follow in your footsteps. On another mainland. Maple leaves flew wildly. Fresh blood dyed the entire forest red, forming a bright color in the midst of the falling leaves. Countless people stood in the forest, surrounding the man in the middle. This was a handsome man. His black robe fluttered in the wind. He was cold and domineering. His deep and dark eyes slowly swept past the people who surrounded him. His murderous intent was obvious. A strong gust of wind blew, filled with killing intent. The falling leaves were swept into the air and turned into countless sharp swords, instantly slashing the enemy's throat. Dead and lifeless. The expressions of a few of the elderly leaders changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with fear and dread as they looked at the man. Even so, they did not take a step back, nor were they frightened by the man's powerful aura. Ghost Monarch. You've killed so many people, you should be executed. The old man suppressed the panic in his heart and said, but since you're young and insensible, I'm willing to spare your life. Hand over the void mirror and I'll spare your life. Cough cough. Qin Yuan coughed twice and crawled up from the ground. His face was extremely weak, and when he heard the old man's shameless words, he couldn't help but sneer. He said mockingly, those people who died at my master's hands all died for the sake of the void mirror, so why can't my master kill them? Weren't you just trying to steal the treasure? How dare you say such high-sounding words? Chapter 1082. The void mirror belongs to us in the first place. He's returning it to its rightful owner. The old man scoffed. Hence, the people he killed were all innocent. He's the only sinner. Ha! Qin Yuan could not help but burst into laughter. You're the most shameless person I've ever heard in my life. What do you mean by the void mirror belongs to you? The void mirror was possessed by a powerhouse named Void 10,000 years ago. My master had accidentally entered Void's tomb and discovered the void mirror. Don't tell me that Void is your ancestor. I've heard that Void is a eunuch. The old man wiped the cold sweat off his face. His expression was extremely ugly. His eyes darted around before he said, my ancestor is indeed related to Void. Hence, you must hand the void mirror over to me. His ancestor was related to Void? How was that possible? He was only looking for a dignified reason to obtain the void mirror. Every man for himself, heaven and earth shall destroy him. Boom! Just as the old man was about to continue scaring the man, he saw the man make a move. He had not said a single word since the beginning. Perhaps these people were not worthy of his words. However, just as he raised his hand, the surrounding wind suddenly became swift and fierce. It was like a sharp blade that killed people without a trace. Panic appeared in the old man's eyes. He desperately tried to dodge the wind. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than the surrounding wind? In just a moment, everyone present was sliced into countless pieces by the sharp wind blades. Qin Yuan. The man took out a mirror from his bosom and handed it to Qin Yuan. He then said expressionlessly, "Go back to the Wuhui mainland and hand this to Feng Er." Qin Yuan took the void mirror and replied respectfully, "Yes, master." He knew that his master had risked his life to obtain the void mirror for the sake of the mistress. "After you go, you don't need to come back. Stay by her side and protect her. As for the people who are chasing after the void mirror, I'll eliminate them all." The man's voice was cold and emotionless, but it made Qin Yuan's body tremble. This time, a storm of blood will be stirred on this continent. Anyone who knew that master had a void mirror in his hands would be eradicated by him without a single exception. Because, he didn't want to put mistress's people in any danger. Qin Yuan joined his fists and took one last look at the man's cold and determined back. Then, he turned and walked in another direction. Yun Xiao turned around to look in the direction that Qin Yuan had disappeared in. She then looked up at the azure sky and the corners of her cold lips curled into a shallow smile. "With this void mirror, your strength will grow even faster. As for me, I will conquer this world for you, and then personally give it to you." At this moment, Yun Luofeng was completely unaware of what was happening around Yun Xiao. He also did not know that because of her, he had already become the public enemy of the entire continent. In the courtyard, maple leaves drifted down. On the rock garden, Yun Luofeng's legs swayed back and forth. Her posture was lazy and evil. She held an invitation in her hand, and the corners of her lips curled up in an inexplicable smile. "Master, why is the O family looking for you?" Lin Ruobai blinked, his eyes filled with confusion. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. "Last time, I made O Yalu's face during Nangong's birthday banquet. This time, she certainly wants to get back at me. That's why she invited me to the gathering." Chapter 1083. Lin Ruobai was furious. "Master, I didn't go with you to the Nangong clan last time. This time, I must go with you to that whatever gathering. I want to see who dares to bully my master." Thinking of the treatment Yun Luofeng suffered at the birthday banquet, Lin Ruobai gritted her teeth in anger. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. "Since Oyo wants to humiliate me, she will definitely invite Nangong to participate. So, I must take advantage of today's matter to clear Nangong's name." Lin Ruobai nodded her head forcefully. She hooked Yun Luofeng's arm and giggled, "Master, bring me along. I want to help you vent your anger." "Okay, then go and prepare. We'll leave at night." Yun Luofeng lazily stretched his back and leaned against a rock. His devilishly charming face slightly hooked into a smile. "Looks like I have to quickly settle things here before I can go out and increase my strength without worry." Nighttime. The moon was as dark as water. Beside the Huai River, on a luxurious cruise ship, the elegant and soothing sound of a zither reverberated through the entire riverbank. Inside the cruise ship, the voices of young talents could be heard from time to time. But very quickly, those voices abruptly stopped. Everyone turned to look at a man and two women who appeared at the entrance of the ship. They saw that the man was handsome and heroic, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The green robe he wore made his already young face appear even more green. However, the smile on the man's lips revealed a trace of a ruffian. He didn't look like a noble young master, but rather like a hooligan. The young girl standing next to the man was an absolute beauty. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she was magnificent. She was so beautiful that people forgot to breathe. The scene of these two people standing together made people feel like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. It was really a pity. Of course, there was another young girl next to the young girl in white. This young girl looked young and cute. When she smiled, her two small canine teeth were revealed. Her childish face was full of a bright smile, making people feel comfortable. Miss Oya, these two are, they didn't ask Nangong Yuni. After all, in Endless City, who didn't know Nangong Yuni's name? What made them curious was who the two young girls standing next to Nangong Yuni were. However, some of the people who attended Nangong Yuni's birthday banquet recognized Yun Luofeng, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Oya smiled. Let me introduce to all of you, this lady's medical skills are extremely powerful. Even I admit that I am inferior to her. Therefore, I have gathered all of you here today to give you a chance. If any of you have any hidden injuries, this young lady will treat all of you. Oya's smile was elegant and moving. Her every frown and smile was mesmerizing. Even though Oya was not as beautiful as Nangong Lan, she had a power that made people want to get close to her. Perhaps this was where her charm lay. Is what Miss Oya said true? Better than Miss Oya's medical skills? Could it be that this woman's talent was the best in Endless City? Why haven't I heard of her before? I didn't expect Miss Oya to be so dedicated to us. My body does have some hidden ailments. If I can be cured this time, it will be all thanks to Miss Oya. I will never forget it. Look. Yun Luofeng was the doctor, but all the credit belonged to Oya. She didn't do anything and even wanted to make things difficult for Yun Luofeng. In the end, the person everyone thanked was her. Chapter 1084. Since when did my master agree to treat them? Lin Ruobai's expression changed. He scoffed coldly and spoke in a bad mood. Oya's gaze turned towards Yun Luofeng and the others. Miss Yun, these people's families all have great power in Endless City. Some of them are even lower than our three great families. I'm doing this to help them solve their problems, and also to let you accept this favor. If you save them, they will definitely be extremely grateful to you. In the future, it will be easier for you to do things in Endless City. These people had been specially invited by her and some of them were suffering from extremely complicated illnesses. If Yun Luofeng was unable to cure these people, she would be able to use their mouths to humiliate her. If she could cure them, these people would definitely thank her, and from then on, they would be on the same side as the O family. As for whether Yun Luofeng would reject her, she did not care. After all, she needed to have the guts to reject the young talents of so many great families. Yun Luofeng looked at Oya. Save them and then let them thank you? Do you think that I would do such a thankless thing? A small smile appeared on Oya's face. Miss Yun, you've misunderstood me. I only want to help them because I know that your medical skills are outstanding. I don't want them to feel indebted to you. Besides, the person who has saved them is you. The one who will be indebted will definitely be you. I'm sorry, I refuse to be treated. Nangong, Xiaobai, let's go. Yun Luofeng threw these words and turned to leave. Wait. Oya's expression carried a sense of anxiety. Miss Yun, what do you want to do to save them? Yun Luofeng paused in her steps. She turned around and looked at Oya with a smile. As long as I save them, will you be willing to do anything? Oya was stunned. A hint of struggle flashed across her eyes. Over the years, the relationship between the three great families had become more and more unharmonious. Hence, the great families had tried their best to rope in other forces and expand their power. This was also the reason why she had come this time. Hence, she must agree no matter what. Yes, I'm willing to do anything. Indeed, when they heard Oya's words, the faces of the young talents filled with gratitude. All right, Yun Luofeng raised her brows. If you marry Nangong, I'll save them. Whoosh. Oya's face suddenly turned pale. She was very confident in her own qualifications. If she really married Nangong Yuni, it would be equivalent to her entire life being ruined. How could she use this kind of qualifications to find an outstanding husband? She had to sell herself for the sake of the O clan. Miss Yun, can you change your conditions? Oh Ye bit her lips. Even if you ask my family for money, I'm willing to pay. Yun Luofeng smiled. You said before that in order to save them, you can accept any condition. Was he going back on his word now? I'm not interested in your Nangong family's treasures. I only want you to marry Nangong. No matter how rich the O clan was, they weren't as rich as she was right now. Especially, that medical tower was the most precious treasure in her hands. As long as the medical tower was established, countless medicinal ingredients would fall into her hands in the future. Those medicinal ingredients would all be sold at sky-high prices. Oh Ye's expression grew uglier. She had never thought that Yun Luofeng would make such a request. Chapter 1085. Based on how close she was with Nangong Yuni, shouldn't she want to marry him? Why did he want to marry her for his sake? Yun Luofeng was clearly threatening Oya to marry Nangong Yuni. However, in Oya's eyes, it had become a marriage proposal. The difference between the two words was like heaven and earth. Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders when he saw Oya's troubled expression. I was only joking earlier. After all, with Nangong's status, you're not worthy of him. Oya's expression changed as a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. Miss Yun, what do you mean by that? She wasn't worthy of Nangong? With Nangong's identity as an illegitimate child, how could he not be worthy of him? You've seen my medical skills. Nangong is my junior, that's why I said you're not worthy of him. Nangong was indeed her junior brother. However, that was in China. Don't you all want to be healed? Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept across the crowd, and the corners of his lips curled into an evil smile. Sure. But I'm a little busy, so I don't have time to treat you. If you need anything, you can go to the West City to look for Nangong. He will be there to prescribe medicine and diagnose your illnesses. Let's go. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around and walked out of the cabin. Lin Ruobai and Nangong Yuni followed behind her and quickly walked out. Master, are we leaving just like that? Lin Ruobai blinked and asked. Yun Luofeng declined to comment. Since we know their goal, there is no need to stay. Yun Luofeng, Nangong Yuni glanced at Yun Luofeng, his eyes filled with grief. Even if you want to push the blame away, why are you pushing it onto me? When did I ever know how to treat illnesses? Between Yun Luofeng's brows, there was confidence. I have a clear understanding of those people's conditions. I will give you the treatment method later. Nangong Yuni was dumbfounded. You're saying that in such a short period of time, you've already figured out everyone's illness? Why didn't I know you were so powerful back then? It's just that after coming to this place, I had an opportunity and accidentally improved my medical skills. Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders and said. Nangong Yuni's eyes were filled with envy. Why don't I have such a good opportunity? It's really infuriating to compare with others. Indeed, luck is not something that everyone has. Yun Luofeng had always admitted that luck was very important for him to be able to walk this far. If she had not picked up the divine book of medicine in the library, she would have been blown to pieces in the explosion. She would not have achieved what she had today. If he had never met Yun Shao, perhaps she had already died many times. Nangong, tomorrow, go to my place to prescribe medicine and consult patients. Within 3 days, you must cure all the patients. 3 days? Nangong Yuni was startled. Isn't that too short of a time? That's enough. Yun Luofeng lifted his head to look at Nangong Yuni. I'll give you the prescription in a moment. You have 1 night to memorize everything for me. Since there's no luck, I'll have to rely on my own efforts. Nangong Yuni fell silent. How could he not understand that Yun Luofeng was doing this for him? If he cured these young geniuses, they would definitely thank him, and the Nangong family would also have a whole new level of respect for him. Yes, there was no luck, only hard work. Moreover, he had already expressed that he had no interest in inheriting the Nangong family, but Nangong Lan still wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he could only snatch the power of the family into his hands. Chapter 1086. Nangong, actually, all these years, I've encountered many dangers and suffered many hardships. I only have one goal, to survive. She only wanted to live, that was all. Good brother. Nangong Yuni patted Yun Luofeng's shoulder and nodded firmly, I won't let you down. One night is enough. Seeing Nangong Yuni's determined face, Yun Luofeng smiled, I can only help you this much. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. After all, if you rely on me, you won't be able to go far. Thank you, Nangong Yuni's face was filled with gratitude, this is enough, you've already helped me so much. Yun Luofeng, wait for me, no matter where you go in the future, I'll chase after you. Yun Luofeng looked at Nangong Yuni, turned around and said, Xiao Bai, let's go. With that, she walked forward, her snow-like figure gradually disappearing from Nangong Yuni's sight. The next day. Early morning. Outside the house, countless young geniuses were looking around endlessly. They had only found out that Yun Luofeng lived here after many inquiries. As for the fact that she was the tower master of the medical tower, it had been concealed by everyone in the medical tower. Even though the residents of the West City knew that Yun Luofeng and Qing Mu were in cahoots, they didn't know that she was the tower master of the medical tower. Nangong Yuni had placed a table and chair at the entrance, calmly checking everyone's pulse. He was calm and composed, like a virtuous and respected doctor. As he explained the symptoms of those people, everyone's trust in him grew. Some of the young girls who once looked down on him now looked at him with shining eyes. Mississippi, not far away, the servant girl glared at Nangong Yuni and said angrily, these people were obviously found by you, Mississippi. Nangong Yuni actually took advantage of them. Do you really think this is an advantage? Oh yes, sneered, even that Yun Luofeng couldn't diagnose so many people's illnesses without making any mistakes. Furthermore, Nangong Yuni doesn't have any medical skills. If he had such brilliant medical skills, he would have used them to pursue me long ago. Why would he hide it until now? The maidservant knitted her elegant eyebrows. Miss means that Nangong Yuni is swindling people? Oh, Ye let out a mocking smile before she turned around and said, come, we'll inform the fathers of these young geniuses now. Let them know that these people easily believe that Nangong Yuni could cure illnesses. Not long after Oya left, the parents who heard the news flew into a rage. They went forward and pulled their children away. What are you doing? Nangong Yuni knew how to treat illnesses? Don't be ridiculous. It's more like he only knows how to visit prostitutes. How can he treat illnesses? Qing ran, let's go home. Your leg has been ill for many years, and so many doctors have been unable to cure it. How can you trust Nangong Yuni? I will continue to look for famous doctors to treat you. Son, who says it's your problem that our family doesn't have any children? It's clearly those women who are sick. Why are you treating them? Go home with father, don't embarrass yourself. Daughter, I know that the scar on your face makes you very uncomfortable, but this kind of thing can't be cured by medicine. Let's go back. One day, I will find you a son-in-law no matter what price I have to pay. Chapter 1087. Those people simply didn't believe in Nangong Yuni's medical skills. In their eyes, it was definitely this illegitimate son's lies that caused their own child to believe his words. Nangong Yuni wasn't angry. He put away the pen and paper in his hand and smiled, I will stay here for 3 days. Within these 3 days, if you have any problems, you can come find me for treatment. Of course, starting tomorrow, it won't just cost 10 million taels of silver. It will cost at least 30 million taels of silver. Nangong Yuni, don't lie here. If it wasn't for the Nangong family's face, would have smashed your stall a long time ago. A father angrily turned to Nangong Yuni and fiercely shouted. Nangong Yuni faintly smiled, I'm afraid you will know very soon whether or not I'm a liar. When that time comes, don't come and beg me. Even if you beg me, I won't treat your son's illness. That father angrily flung his robe and forcefully dragged his son away. Among them, there were a few who had already obtained Nangong Yuni's prescription. They took advantage of the fact that their father wasn't paying attention to secretly hide and obediently followed him back home. The commotion here was very big, and it had also reached the ears of the three great families. At this moment, in the Nangong family, Nangong Qing was sitting high up. Beside him was a beautiful woman. Needless to say, this woman was Nangong Lan's mother, Mu Qianqian. Apart from these two people, there was also a group of elders sitting below. Even Nangong Lan was sitting at the table. They all looked at Nangong Uni as if they were interrogating a criminal. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Can you tell father what exactly happened? Why did you treat the children of the various families? Nangong Qing frowned and sternly asked. This time, he was indeed very disappointed in his son. Even if he was to cause trouble, there should be a limit. Now that he had caused such a big commotion, if he offended all of these families, they would go to the other two families. It would be extremely disadvantageous for the Nangong family. Didn't you see what I did? It's just treating the illness. It's not that big of a deal. Nangong Uni shrugged his shoulders and had a mischievous smile on his face. Patriarch. Mu Qianqian glanced at Nangong Uni, and a sneer appeared in the depths of her eyes. Is too sensible. If we let him continue to cause trouble, he might cause trouble for our Nangong family. Patriarch, please expel him from the family. That's right. Madam is right. Patriarch, the eldest young master is too reckless. If we don't chase him out, he will definitely bring us trouble in the future. Clan head, please make your decision. The other elders echoed in agreement. It seemed like Nangong Uni was a ticking time bomb to them, and he was too dangerous. Nangong Qing's complexion didn't look too good. He coldly glanced at Mu Qianqian, then turned his gaze towards Nangong Uni. Do you know your mistake? Nangong Uni sneered, I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I know? You. Nangong Qing's face was livid with anger. If you admit your mistake now and promise not to treat them again, I'll forgive you this time. I told you, I'm not wrong. Nangong Uni's tone was very stubborn. He didn't do anything wrong, so why should he admit it? Guards. Nangong Qing's complexion darkened. Lock the eldest young master in his room and strictly guard him. He is not allowed to step out of his room for half a month. Towards Nangong Uni, he still showed mercy. Chapter 1088. She only had one son, how could she have the heart to expel him from the family? Mu Qianqian clenched her fists. She and Nangong Lan looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Nangong Uni could not be allowed to live. He was a threat to their position in the future. Many years ago, after Mu Qianqian had given birth to Nangong Lan, she had accidentally damaged her body so she could no longer get pregnant. Because of this, she had poisoned all the concubines in the Nangong family so they could no longer get pregnant. Who would have thought that Nangong Uni would appear? She had done so much, how could she be willing to give up halfway? Therefore, Nangong Uni must die. Master, the elders still wanted to say something, but Nangong Qing had already stood up and interrupted them. This is Er's first time, so I will be lenient. Let him reflect on his mistakes in the next few days so he doesn't make the same mistake again. With that, Nangong Qing flung his sleeves and strode out of the hall. Mother, Nangong Lan stood up, her elegant face filled with murderous intent. Mu Qianqian hurriedly gave her a look, indicating that she should not be impatient. After all, Nangong Uni now had two spiritual beasts protecting him. He would not be easy to deal with, they could only take their time to think. In the courtyard. Sunlight shone down on a young girl's beautiful face. She lazily reclined on the chaise longue and listened to the reports of the people next to her. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Master, Yiling paused and asked, do we need to send someone to save young Master Nangong? No need, Yun Luofeng played with his hair and said with a smile, the Nangong family will release him tomorrow. As for Nangong, no one can hurt him now, so I'm not worried. You can leave and keep an eye on the Wu family. Yes, master. With that, Yiling cupped his fists and retreated. Just as he left, two voices came from Yun Luofeng's soul. When she heard these two voices, she hurriedly stood up from the chaise longue and the smile on her lips deepened. Master, during the time I wasn't here, did someone stupid provoke you again? This voice was very childish, but it was incomparably arrogant. I feel that anyone who provokes Master will not have a good ending. The other was elegant and noble. From her voice, one could tell that this woman was definitely graceful and noble. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. You're finally awake? As soon as he finished speaking, two rays of light appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Yun Luofeng. One of them was a young man with a childish smile on his handsome face. He looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, with red lips and white teeth. His skin was so tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. The other was a peerlessly beautiful woman wearing a golden dress and a crown on her head. She was graceful, gentle, and elegant, like a high and mighty empress who ruled over the world. Master, I've finally transformed into a human. I missed you so much. The youth opened his arms and rushed towards Yun Luofeng. His two arms hooked onto Yun Luofeng's body, and his eyes shone with a golden light. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. She gazed at Yun Luofeng with a gentle gaze, noble and inviolable. Milk tea, Queen Rat. Looking at the two people in front of him, Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. Congratulations on successfully transforming into a human. Ever since they had swallowed the fruit from the little tree, they had fallen into a deep sleep and had not woken up. Only now did they wake up after successfully transforming into a human. Chapter 1089. Once a spirit beast cultivated a human nature, its combat power would multiply. This is all thanks to Master, the Rat Queen said gently. If not for Master, we wouldn't have been able to transform into humans. You are our benefactor. We will never forget you. Without Yun Luofeng's appearance, they would have continued hiding in the forest of no return. How would they have their current lives? Compared to humans, spirit beasts were more realistic. They would use their entire lives to repay those who were good to them. Mother. A gold-seeking rat came out from the bushes. She shook her head and walked towards Milk Tea and her pet monkey. Milk Tea was stunned for a moment before recognizing the pink gold-seeking rat. Her eyes were filled with joy. Meng Meng, you can speak human language now? Meng Meng nodded shyly. Master gave me a lot of medicinal herbs. I used them to break through to the venerable realm. However, I don't have the transformation fruit, so I can't transform into a human for now. Milk Tea choked. How could he not know that Yun Luofeng did all he could to help Meng Meng improve her strength for his sake? The small tree doesn't have any extra transformation fruits. I'll wait for it to bear fruit in the future before transforming into a human for Meng Meng. Milk Tea could only marry Meng Meng after she transformed into a human. Of course, the prerequisite was that Milk Tea had to get Meng Meng. In a certain family. A man who was dealing with official business heard a scream. By the time he reacted and wanted to go out to check on the situation, his daughter had already rushed in. Father, father, my face, what happened to your face? The man was stunned. He looked up at his daughter's face. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. Baby, where's the scar on your face? Where did it go? How could there be any blemishes on his daughter's smooth and flat face? Not only was there no blemishes, even her skin was much better than before. Father, actually, I secretly used the prescription Nangong Yuni gave me. In less than 2 hours, my scar disappeared, the girl said emotionally. God knew how many people had rolled their eyes at her over the years because of the scar on her face. Now that the scar had disappeared, how could she not be excited? The man was stunned. He stared at his daughter in shock. Are you serious? Was it Nangong Yuni's prescription that caused your scars to disappear? Father, Nangong Yuni's medicine is really amazing. This won't do, I have to go find little Xiao. Little Xiao went to West City with me before, but she was dragged away by her father before Nangong Yuni could diagnose her. Maybe Nangong Yuni can cure her baldness. After throwing these words, the woman hurriedly turned around and left, leaving the man dumbfounded on the spot. At the same time, Similar situations were happening in various families. Moreover, the children of these families knew each other. Therefore, the news quickly spread to the ears of those who didn't get the consultation. When those people received the news from their companions, they were immediately excited. However, when they thought of the fact that they would have to pay double the price for the consultation, they couldn't help but blame their own fathers. But as long as they could cure the disease, it was worth it no matter how high the price was. So, those people didn't wait for daybreak before they hurriedly gathered outside Yun Luofeng's house. Their eyes were filled with hope as they stared at the road to the side. Unfortunately, they waited for Nangong Yuni to arrive even before the sky brightened. They waited until the sun had set, but Nangong Yuni never came. Chapter 1090. The people who were originally full of hope were now disappointed. Could it be that Nangong Yuni was angry because of what happened yesterday, causing him to stop going to see the patients? Just as everyone was hesitating, a guard walked out of the house and said expressionlessly, "You don't have to wait for young Master Nangong here." The Nangong family said that he was causing trouble, so they locked him up. No matter how long you wait, it's useless. What? Hearing this, everyone became anxious. If Nangong Yuni was locked up, then who would be able to treat their illnesses? Suddenly, those people seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the guard. "You don't have to look at me. My master doesn't treat people easily. If you want to be treated, you'd better look for young Master Nangong. After all, young Master Nangong's fees are very unreasonable. My master charges at least 50 million taels of silver for each treatment." The crowd sighed in disappointment. Now, it seemed that they could only entrust their hopes to Nangong Yuni. "Come, let's go home and find our father to plead for young Master Nangong. Young Master Nangong's medical skills are so high, and he's also hidden. The Nangong family actually locked him up. That's right. Even if our family's power is inferior to the Nangong family still needs to give us face and let Nangong Yuni go. No matter what, we can't let young Master Nangong suffer such injustice." Everyone seemed to have made up their minds and hurriedly rushed in the direction of their families. If the elders of the families didn't believe in Nangong Yuni at the beginning, then after seeing so many people's illnesses getting better, they couldn't help but feel that it was a miracle. Thus, this time, they allowed their children to go find Nangong Yuni for treatment. But, their children left for a day and only returned in the evening. Moreover, they didn't show any joy. Instead, their faces were full of anxiety. After asking, they found out that Nangong Yuni was locked up. How could this be? In an instant, the various family heads hurriedly rushed towards the Nangong family. Their speed was so fast that it made people gasp in amazement. Nangong family. The various family heads and Nangong Qing were discussing in the meeting hall. The topic of discussion was the hedonistic Nangong Yuni. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the door and into the meeting hall. "Family head, all the family heads are here to see you. Look." One of the elders sneered, his face full of ridicule. It must be that there's something wrong with the prescription that eldest young master gave them, so they came to settle the score with eldest young master. Humph. Nangong Qing coldly snorted, "If they want to come, then so be it. Do you think I, Nangong Qing, am afraid of these people?" The elder sneered, "These clans aren't a match for the Nangong clan even if they join hands. But, things will be different if they join the Wu clan or the O clan. After all, there are so many clans in Endless City, and everyone wants to rope them in. The balance between the three families would also be broken because of this." Nangong Qing was also aware of this point. His expression was not very good. As for the specifics, let's wait until we meet the patriarchs of the various families. If something really happens, we will have to compensate them no matter how much it is. Patriarch, I really don't understand you. Is it worth it for the eldest young master? Miss was so outstanding and could totally support the entire Nangong family. Big young master was just a prodigal, why did he have to put in so much effort for him? In my opinion, we should just give him to those people. Hearing the elder's voice, Nangong Qing clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 1091. He had always valued men over women, so how could he be willing to hand the Nangong family over to Nangong Lan? Nangong Lan was going to get married sooner or later. If he gave it to her, wouldn't it be the same as giving it to an outsider? I will make my own decisions on these matters. You don't have to say anything. Nangong Qing glanced at the elders and walked out of the meeting hall. In the hall, the patriarchs of the various families were anxiously pacing back and forth. When they saw Nangong Qing leading a group of people, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Family head Nangong, are we here to look for the young master? I wonder if he's here. Nangong Qing opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted by the elder who followed closely behind. Patriarch, why don't you hand the eldest young master over to them? Why do you have to lose money for the eldest young master? Everyone, the Nangong family's elder council has unanimously decided to expel the eldest young master from the family. Nangong Qing's expression changed. He turned around and said malevolently, who gave you such authority? Patriarch, we are all thinking for the Nangong family. Naturally, we don't want the Nangong family to lose money. The elder sneered and turned to the various patriarchs in the hall. Nangong Uni is no longer a member of our Nangong family. You can do whatever you want to him, we won't interfere. Nangong Qing's expression became more and more unsightly as he clenched his fists tightly. The patriarchs looked at each other in dismay, like monks scratching their heads, their faces full of doubt. Hand the young master over to us? What did that mean? Why do I not understand? Why do you want to expel young master from the family? The elder was startled and asked, didn't you come to settle the score with eldest young master because of the problem with his prescription? Settle accounts? Why do we have to settle accounts with young master? One of the patriarchs looked at the elder doubtfully before turning his gaze to Nangong Qing. Patriarch Nangong, it's like this. Young master's prescription is simply too miraculous. My good friend's daughter originally had a scar on her face, but in less than 2 hours after taking that medicine, the scar was completely healed. Today, my daughter specially went to the West City to wait for the entire day, but she didn't see young master. Thus, she specially came to the Nangong family to beg young master to come out and treat her illness. Not to mention those elders who ridiculed him, even Nangong Qing was dumbfounded. Does Nangong Uni really know how to treat illnesses? Why didn't he, as her father, know about this? That's right, we came here to ask young master Nangong to treat us. We sincerely request family head Nangong to let young master come out and treat us. My son's body is fine, but I often feel weak. Thus, after hearing of young master's strength, I rushed over to seek medical advice. As long as young master is willing to save me, not to mention 30 million, I'm willing to fork out 50 million. Nangong Qing was dumbfounded. He looked at the excited patriarchs and asked hesitantly, did you just say that can cure all of your illnesses? That's right. It's precisely because your young master has cured many people that we came to him for treatment. I hope that the Nangong family head can understand your young master. It was like being struck by lightning. The faces of the Nangong family's elders froze. These people's words were like a ruthless slap to their faces, echoing in waves. Nangong Lan, who was rushing over, also heard their conversation. Her elegant and peerless face turned pale and she could not help but take a few steps back. Did Nangong Uni really know how to treat people? Since when did he have such an ability? Chapter 1092. Nangong Qing recovered from his shock, and his face was filled with joy. To him, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. He had always thought that his son was a useless person, but he didn't expect him to have such extraordinary talent. Someone, invite the eldest young master here. Nangong Qing cleared his throat, coughed twice, and said refreshingly, everyone, please sit down and have a cup of tea. I will let treat all of you in a moment. His expression was very spirited. Ever since Nangong Uni returned to the Nangong family, he had never raised his head high again. Nangong Lan looked at the smiling Nangong Qing, gritted her teeth, turned around, and walked out. The moment she turned around, the killing intent in her eyes could no longer be hidden, and surged out violently. In Endless City, the news of many family heads heading to the Nangong family to find Nangong Yuni to treat his illness spread like a hurricane, causing a huge uproar in Endless City. When this news spread to the O family, Oya's expression quickly changed, but quickly returned to normal. "Miss," the servant girl beside her was indignant, "you were the one who gathered those people, but now that brat Nangong Yuni has it easy. This servant feels unjust for you." Oya slightly narrowed her eyes, and the corner of her lips raised into an elegant arc. "I didn't expect Nangong Yuni to actually have medical skills." "Miss, you can't be." The servant girl was startled, and carefully looked at Oya. Oya raised her eyebrows, and the smile on her face became even wider. "You're thinking too much. Even if Nangong Yuni has medical skills, I won't have any interest in him. If I marry him, it will definitely bring shame to my father." The servant girl heaved a sigh of relief, and giggled in agreement. "That's true. Even if Nangong Yuni has medical skills, he can't change the fact that he's a bastard. Miss is so outstanding, the person you marry will definitely be a dragon among men. How can Nangong Yuni be worthy of you?" Oya declined to comment. In her heart, the difference between her and Nangong Yuni's status was too great. How could he be worthy of her? If this Nangong Yuni wasn't a bastard son, perhaps I would consider it. Unfortunately, his identity is destined to have no fate with me. Oya sighed. Her voice was filled with regret. All of this was because of Nangong Yuni's mother. If it wasn't for that woman having an affair, how could Nangong Yuni have ended up like this? It was impossible for her to reject him. "Mississippi Old Master is looking for you." Suddenly, a maidservant quickly ran over and reported while panting. Hearing the maidservant's words, Oya's expression changed and she slowly stood up. "Father is looking for me? Why is he looking for me?" At this thought, Oya raised her brows and said to the servant girl before her, "I understand." With that, she walked towards the study. In the study, the middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned his head. His gaze landed on the elegant woman who was slowly walking in, and his tone gradually softened. "Yeah, you've come." Oya smiled and said in a respectful tone, "Father, why did you ask me to come?" The middle-aged man nodded. "You've probably heard about Nangong Yuni's matter. I didn't expect this illegitimate son to be so secretive. Perhaps we've all misjudged him." "Oh yes, you mentioned that the woman who was in the limelight at Nangong Yuni's birthday. Have you sent anyone to investigate her?" Oya narrowed her eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed across them. "That woman claimed to be Nangong Yuni's senior, but I'm not sure of her exact identity. If father wants to know her identity, I can send someone to investigate." Chapter 1093. I have a feeling that this woman isn't simple. The middle-aged man's lips curled into a cold smile. "Of course, if we can use her, we won't mistreat her. If not, we'll just kill her." Oya raised her eyes in surprise. Even though she didn't like Yun Luofeng, she had never thought of killing her. But her father wanted to take her life? "Yeah, The middle-aged man's tone softened when he saw the surprise in Oya's eyes. Recently, Endless City hasn't been peaceful. Especially with the emergence of a force called the Medical Tower. I still haven't figured out the true strength of this force. Especially the Tower Master. She's elusive. Apart from knowing that she's a woman, I don't know anything else. I don't even know how old she is. So..." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing, "I can't let the medical tower's power continue to expand. Since the woman you're talking about has such powerful medical skills, she can't be won over by the medical tower." Oya was silent for a moment. Then, she raised her head and asked, "What if she already belongs to the medical tower?" The middle-aged man smiled. His face was full of confidence. "Then we'll use more generous benefits to win her over. I don't believe that the medical tower can snatch someone from our O family. By the way, I heard that there are a few elders in the medical tower who are quite strong. You should also think of a way to win them over. Without these overseeing elders, the medical tower is nothing but an empty shell. The middle-aged man didn't expect that the person he wanted to poach was the tower master of the medical tower. When he found out about this, he realized what a mistake he had made. Yes, father. Oh Ye's face darkened. When she thought that the person she was trying to rope in was someone she hated, she felt very unhappy in her heart. But for the O family, she had to put aside her personal grudges. Even if she didn't like Yun Luofeng, she had to do everything she could to win her over. West City. Inside the courtyard. Yun Luofeng was lazily lying on the chaise longue. Her eyes were covered by 2 green leaves as she basked in the sun. Milk Tea obediently let her legs down, and the smile on her face was very flattering. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura came from the front, causing Yun Luofeng to lift his hand and lift the green leaves covering his eyes. A lazy smile appeared on his face as he looked at Oya, who was walking over. At that moment, there was an old man beside Oya. The old man sized up Yun Luofeng's courtyard with disdain in his eyes. Even when walking, he had to lift his feet for fear of dirtying his shoes. Are you here to thank me? Yun Luofeng stretched lazily. However, you're thanking the wrong person. If you want to thank someone, you should be looking for Nangang Yuni. After all, he's helped you solve so many patients. Oh Ye's expression sunk. She had painstakingly worked so hard for Nangang Yuni's dowry. This caused her to feel very unwilling in her heart. However, no matter how furious she was, she still endured it. Miss Yun, I've come to look for you this time because I have something to discuss with you. A smile appeared on her face. I admire your abilities. I wonder if you'd be willing to become a guest elder of the O family? Yun Luofeng raised her brows. She had long known about Oya's background. Nangang Yuni's display of skill would certainly make many people's gazes linger on her. Chapter 1094. Therefore, she was fully prepared for this. Are you trying to rope me in? She smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Oya had to admit that this woman was indeed beautiful. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Even Nangang Lan was not as beautiful as her. Miss Yun, I truly admire your abilities. After all, for a genius like you to stay here, it's simply too unfair for you. Oya's words were very sincere as she looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Yun Luofeng's smile was evil and lazy. His black eyes were deep and dark as if they were bottomless. Unfortunately, the O family is not qualified to rope you in. In other words, even if the O family admired her abilities, she didn't think much of the O family. Milk Tea, see the guest out. Yes, master. Milk Tea straightened her body and looked at Oya. The expression on her little face became very impatient. My master already asked you to leave. Did you not hear her? Hurry up and get lost. Oya's expression changed. She thought that Yun Luofeng would be persuaded if she came personally. Who knew that these people would be so uncultured? Humph. The old man snorted and stared coldly at Yun Luofeng. My miss came personally to invite you. That's because she thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. What benefits did the medical tower give you? The O family can double it. As long as you work hard for the O family, you won't be lacking in benefits. Oya followed up after the old man and said, Miss Yun, many doctors have come to Endless City for the sake of joining the medical tower. Therefore, I'm guessing that you've rejected me because you've joined the medical tower. However, it doesn't matter, my O family can wait for you. Just like what Elder O Lin has said, as long as you join the O family, my O family will give you double the benefits that the medical tower has given you. Yun Luofeng was startled. His evil eyes flashed with astonishment. The other people in the courtyard raised their heads and stared at Oya in shock. Was this woman stupid? The medical tower was established by their master. How could she say that she would be given double the benefits? Of course, in Oya's eyes, these people were shocked by the double benefits. Miss Yun, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the people in your family. If you join the O clan, you can read any medicinal herbs or medical books as you please. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. Yun Luofeng's body lazily dripped down, the corners of her lips raised into a devilish smile. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Oya with a smile that was not a smile. What if I want the entire O family? At this moment, Oya's expression had completely darkened. She clenched her fists tightly and her expression was extremely ugly. Miss Yun, aren't you asking for too much? Apart from the O clan, you can ask for anything else. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows, and his evil eyes swept over Oya. Sorry, I don't like the O clan. If it wasn't for Oya's extraordinary willpower, she would have been driven mad by Yun Luofeng's words. She really didn't know where this woman's sense of superiority came from. How could she not put the O clan in her eyes? Lass, don't push your luck. O Lin's complexion sank, and anger faintly seeped out from the bottom of his eyes. Our O clan's influence is so great that even 10 medical towers can't compare to it. Yet, you still don't put the O clan in your eyes? Could it be that what the O clan can give you isn't comparable to the newly established medical tower? Milk tea. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. These two are disturbing my peaceful cultivation. If they don't want to leave, throw them out. Chapter 1095. Yes, Milk Tea responded, then turned to look at the people in front of her. Hey, aren't you leaving yet? I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. My master has asked you to leave a few times already, but you still dare to stay here. Auron frowned and said impatiently, a little kid dares to be so rude in front of me. Hurry up and get lost. Adults don't have the right to butt in. In Auron's eyes, Milk Tea was so respectful towards Yun Luofeng, so he must be her boy toy. Talking to a boy toy, and even sullying herself. Milk Tea's eyes were filled with anger. A strong wind suddenly rose, and his frail body stood in the wind, looking even thinner. Get lost. Suddenly, Milk Tea opened its mouth and let out a loud shout. In that instant, Auron's face suddenly paled, as if he had received a heavy blow to his chest. He took a few steps back. Auron was a low-level venerable realm, so he didn't suffer any injuries. Oya, on the other hand, did not fare as well. Her body flew up and shot out, crashing into the crowd with a loud thud. In the entire Endless City, there were many people who knew Oya. Now that they saw her fly out from the courtyard, they unconsciously surrounded her, pointing at her and discussing in low voices. Isn't that O family's young lady? Why is she here? I heard that Nangong Uni recently lost interest in O family's young lady, and instead fell in love with the owner of this residence. Could it be that O family's young lady is here to settle the score? That can't be. I heard that O family's young lady has always been dismissive of Nangong Uni. You don't understand. It's her business that she doesn't like Nangong Uni, but it doesn't mean that she can bear to let the man chasing after her fall in love with someone else. Hearing these people's discussions, Oya was so angry that she almost vomited blood. At this time, Milk Tea stood out and spat at her on the ground. Pfft, you little slut. Back then, you didn't want Nangong Uni. Now, just because young Master Nangong is a little close to my master, you're forcing my master to break off relations. Milk Tea spoke agitatedly as if this was really the case. Everyone, this O clan's young lady is too vicious. She came to my master and said that if my master doesn't break off relations with young Master Nangong, she will kill my master. This young lady of the O clan is too shameless. Oya angrily shouted, don't talk nonsense. When did I come here for Nangong Uni? Milk Tea chuckled. Then why did you come to find my master? Oya fell silent when she heard that. Was she going to say that she was here to poach him? And it failed? Thrown out? The O clan would become a laughingstock if this matter were to spread out. At the thought of this, Oya gritted her teeth and kept quiet. But at this moment, her sharp eyes caught a glimpse of Nangong Uni in the crowd. A trace of joy flashed through her eyes, and she hurriedly said, Young Master Nangong, please come out and explain things to me. The situation isn't like what they say. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on Nangong Uni. Nangong Uni's face was bewildered. He didn't know what was going on. He rubbed the back of his head and said, I came to find Yun Luofeng. What are you all doing here? Oh right, oh yeah, why are you lying on the ground? Could it be that you went to find trouble with Yun Luofeng and got beaten up by her? Chapter 1096. Oh Ya's expression darkened. Nangong Yuni, I came to find Miss Yun to discuss something. Moreover, I accidentally tripped just now. It has nothing to do with you, and I can't possibly find Miss Yun for you. Nangong Yuni was like a monk scratching his head. He clearly didn't know what Oh Ya meant. Milk Tea glared at Nangong Yuni in warning. What kind of taste do you have? You actually fancy this kind of woman? This. Nangong Yuni rubbed the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. She looks more like my ex-girlfriend, so I couldn't help but cling on to her. Now that I'm clear-headed, I also understand that the two of them aren't the same person. Oh Ya's expression became more and more unsightly. Her tightly clenched fists made cracking sounds. Nangong Yuni chased after her because he thought she was another woman. How could Oh Ya, who had always been arrogant, endure this? Nangong Yuni, I hope you don't regret your words today. Oh Ya climbed up from the ground and fiercely flung her sleeves. Elder Oh Lin, let's go. Oh Lin coldly swept his gaze over Nangong Yuni and Milk Tea, snorted, and arrogantly left. These people weren't willing to join the O clan, so in the future, the O clan would only make them unworthy. Even though Oh Ya had already left, her actions in Western City still spread. Not long after, the entire Endless City knew that she went to find trouble with another woman for Nangong Yuni. For a moment, the residents of Endless City secretly criticized her, causing her reputation to plummet. At the same time, the people of the various clans didn't want to be outdone, and used all their strength to poach the medical tower's elders. After knowing what these people had done, Yun Luofeng said that those who came to present gifts could leave the gifts. As for whether the elders were willing to meet them, that was their problem. Hearing this, those who came to present gifts left with smiles on their faces. To them, as long as the elders accepted the gifts, they had hope. Unfortunately, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Some forces were about to go bankrupt from giving gifts. They didn't even get to meet the elders, so how could they talk about poaching them? Compared to them, the elders' hands were about to go numb from receiving gifts. They looked at the gifts piled up in the elders' room and stared at Yun Luofeng with resentment. Pagoda Master, the people who send gifts will break the threshold of the medical tower. It doesn't seem good for us to accept the gifts, right? Yun Luofeng looked around the room full of gifts. He gently stroked his chin and said with a smile, when they brought the gifts, did they say they wanted to see you? Since they didn't ask for anything, why shouldn't I accept them? The elders looked at each other. Even if these people didn't say anything, the purpose of giving gifts would be very clear. If it wasn't to meet the elders, why would they go through so much trouble to give gifts? But because they didn't say anything, Yun Luofeng had a handle on them. Thinking of this, the crowd could not help but break out in cold sweat for the families that had been targeted. Who asked them to poach someone's woman? Why did they have to come to Yun Luofeng to poach people? Wasn't that waiting to be scammed? Those who came to present gifts, accept as much as they give. No need to be polite. If you feel that you can't put down these gifts, you can give them to the people below. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips. I believe that after accepting these gifts, the people below will work even harder. Chapter 1097. The corners of Greenwood's mouth twitched. Yun Luofeng's plan was quite good. Using someone else's gift to sell favors, if those people found out, their intestines would definitely turn green. Greenwood, Guiyang, Yun Luofeng looked at the two old men in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Now that the medical tower's power is growing, it's time for me to unify Endless City. Unify Endless City? All the elders looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. Her goal was to unify Endless City? Greenwood hesitated. Tower Lord, the three great families' most powerful experts have all broken through to the Holy Spirit stage. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to unify Endless City. In this world, there's nothing that's impossible. So what if it's difficult? Since I, Yun Luofeng, have said it, I'll definitely do it. At this moment, the young girl straightened her back and her hair flew in the wind, looking absolutely beautiful. Her words were filled with confidence, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily tremble. Greenwood, send an invitation to the 3 great families and invite them to the medical tower. Tower Lord, what do you want to do? Greenwood asked in confusion. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly, you'll know when the time comes. Looks like the medical tower is going to do something big. Within the Nangong family, after receiving the invitation, Nangong Qing tightly gripped the invitation in his hands, a look of deep thought on his face. I wonder what the medical tower wants to do by inviting our Nangong family? To establish our might? Master, it's said that the medical tower's tower lord is mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps it's time for us to investigate her. This time, many families have gone to the medical tower to poach people. They must have angered the medical tower, causing them to send an invitation. All the elders chimed in one after another, intensely discussing it. Nangong Qing remained expressionless, but his tightly furrowed brows carried a trace of worry. After a while, he relaxed his brows. Go inform the young master and young Mississippi. When the time comes, the 2 of them will come with me. Yes, master. The guard next to him immediately echoed, cupped his fists respectfully, and retreated. Nangong Qing placed the invitation on the table, his eyes filled with a mysterious light. I really want to know the expressions of the O and Wu clans after they receive the invitation. At this moment, in the O clan, the middle-aged man fiercely smashed the invitation in his hand on the table. His complexion was ashen as he angrily said, what does the Tower Lord of the Medical Tower mean? He came to the Endless City and didn't even pay a visit to our O clan. Instead, he sent such an invitation. Especially the content of this invitation, it's simply intolerable. Oh, you didn't say anything. She bent down and picked up the post. There were a few lines of golden words written on the post. At noon, the medical tower invites everyone to come. If you do not attend, someone from the medical tower will personally come to invite you. If you still insist on not going, my medical tower can only use force. What do you mean by force? This was obviously a blatant threat. Father. A cold light flashed across Oh Ye's eyes and she laughed silently. I find this medical tower very interesting. Why don't we make a trip there? I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person the tower master of this medical tower is. The middle-aged man sneered, there's no one who can threaten my O clan. Even a medical tower dares to be so savage. This is intolerable bullying. I won't swallow this insult. Once he arrives at the medical tower, he will fiercely vent his resentment. He will make those people understand that they can provoke anyone but the O clan. Chapter 1098. At the same time, a storm was stirring in the Wu family. Master Wu sat upright in the luxurious and exquisite hall with a stern expression on his face. He looked around at the crowd and asked in a deep voice, what do you think of the medical tower's actions? The medical tower's actions had affected the situation in Endless City. Perhaps the arrival of the medical tower would also break the balance of power between the 3 powers. This was something he did not wish to see happen. Master, I think we should accept the medical tower's invitation first and meet the medical tower's tower master to see what he wants. A gloomy look flashed across the Wu family's elder's eyes and he smiled eerily. Besides, we can also take this opportunity to investigate the medical tower's power. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Master Wu slammed the table and stood up. All right, go and get ready. I will head to the medical tower in a moment. West City. Compared to the other districts, it was quite run down and desolate. Even the people from other forces were unwilling to step into this place, let alone the nobles of the 3 big clans. However, West City was particularly lively now. Not only were there countless experts who had come to seek medical advice, but even the people from the 3 big clans had also arrived in carriages. Especially since the clan leaders of the 3 big clans had come. Therefore, the entire West City was shocked. Countless commoners had come out to watch and curiously looked at the luxurious carriages driving on the road. Unfortunately, these nobles had always been domineering. When they saw that these commoners had actually dared to watch from the side, they immediately flew into a rage. A guard stepped out and pointed at a young girl standing in the middle of the road. He shouted in a stern voice, "Can't you see that the O family is here? How dare you block the way in the middle of the road? Get lost." The young girl was about 3 or 4 years old and she was holding a lollipop in her hand. When she heard the guard's angry shout, her little red face was filled with confusion. She clearly did not understand what the guard meant. The guard scoffed coldly. "I have already warned you. You're courting death." The carriage driver did not stop because of the young girl standing in front of him. Instead, he sped up and rushed over. The young girl blinked her big bright eyes and looked curiously at the rushing carriage. Perhaps she had never seen such a luxurious carriage in her life. "Watch out!" The crowd screamed in fear when they saw that the carriage was about to reach the little girl. The little girl's parents, who were selling candied fruits, subconsciously turned their heads when they heard the crowd's screams. Then, they saw a scene that made his heart beat faster. He wanted to rush over to save his daughter, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the carriage rushed over to her. Bang! Just as the carriage was about to break through the little girl's body, a sharp sword light slashed down from the sky, striking the carriage's cabin. With a single slash, the carriage's cabin was split into two. "Who dares to sneak attack my O clan?" A middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes walked out from the carriage. His figure was in a rather sorry state, but he did not lose his imposing manner. His gaze, which was as sharp as a knife, stared straight at the man and woman who had walked out from behind the little girl. The man was handsome and cold. His gaze was piercingly cold. He held a long sword in his hand and his cold gaze landed on the middle-aged man. Chapter 1099. The woman standing next to her had a delicate and pretty appearance. Her expressive eyes shone brightly as she looked at the middle-aged man. She then turned around and walked towards the little girl who was sprawled on the ground in fear. "Are you all right?" She gently helped the little girl up from the ground. Her clear and melodious voice miraculously soothed the little girl's frightened heart. "You honor." The little girl's parents hurriedly ran over. Their faces were pale and they had yet to recover from their fright. When they saw that their daughter was safe and sound, they turned towards the green-robed woman and knelt down gratefully. "Thank you, miss, for saving my daughter." The woman smiled, "I'm sorry. Because of our medical tower, we've brought you trouble. If we hadn't invited these people, your daughter wouldn't have been in danger. So, saving you is what I should do." She then slowly turned around and walked to the side of the handsome man. Her clear and melodious voice gradually took on a strong tone. "My young lady has ordered that anyone who enters the West City must walk." The O family's master's expression changed and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "What does the medical tower mean by this? How dare you order us to walk into the West City? You've all seen it for yourself. Because of your rampage, you've nearly harmed an innocent little girl. Therefore, if you continue to drive the carriages, you're not allowed to step into the West City. We must be responsible for the safety of the commoners in the West City." A show of strength? The O family's master narrowed his eyes and a murderous intent flickered in them. The medical tower had given them a show of strength as soon as they arrived. Impudent. The O family's bodyguard saw Qin Yan's rude words and immediately shouted angrily, "You're only a dog of the medical tower. What right do you have to speak to my master like that? Besides, the lives of these lowly commoners aren't worth mentioning. So what if they die? At worst, we'll just have to compensate them with a few gold coins." Qin Yan's heart was filled with rage. She snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, "My young lady's orders must be carried out. If you dare to step forward, I won't let you take another step forward." Whoosh! Just as Qin Yan had spoken, countless gold-seeking mice swarmed into the street from all directions. The gold-seeking mice squeaked as they stared vigilantly at the people from the big families. "Milk tea, Rat Empress, if anyone dares to take a step forward with the carriage, kill them without mercy." While everyone was stunned, they saw two people walking over from the back of the gold-seeking rats. Amongst these two people, one of them was a youth that still had a childish air. His figure was tall and slender, and he had red lips and white teeth, causing others to be unable to part with him at first sight. The other person was a graceful and luxurious imperial concubine. Her aura was so imposing that even the empress of the empire would not be able to tolerate her. She was noble and arrogant, a motherly model of the world. No, that's not right. There's something wrong with the aura of these two people. The O clan's clan master was the first to regain his senses. His complexion turned extremely unsightly. They're spirit beasts. Milk Tea and his subordinates were not like fire. Fire could control his own chi at any time. No matter how strong a person was, he would not be able to sense their identity. However, the two of them hadn't been in human form for long, so they hadn't learned how to stop their auras from leaking out. As a result, it was very easy for powerhouses to see through them. Spirit beast? How could this be? Are these two spiritual beasts? And these gold-seeking rats? Heavens, their strength is actually above that of a celestial spirit practitioner. Are they still gold-seeking rats? Chapter 1100. Everyone knew that gold-seeking mice would never achieve much even if they spent their entire lives. However, what they saw today had completely overturned their understanding. The members of the Nangong family were the first to alight from their carriages and slowly walk towards Yiling and Qin Yan. However, at this moment, no one noticed that after Nangong Yuni saw Qin Yan and the others, he was already completely stunned. Others may not recognize Qin Yan and the others, but he, who often visited Yun Luofeng, must have seen them before. Nangong Yuni slapped his head fiercely as he looked at Qin Yan and the others in astonishment. He did not understand why these people were here. Could it be that Yun Luofeng was related to the medical tower? Young lady, please lead the way. Nangong Qing's face lit up with a smile. Although he was very dissatisfied with the medical tower's actions, it would not be a wise choice to refuse them now. Everything should be done with the overall situation in mind. Also, Qin Yan smiled and continued, our young lady has ordered that everyone else must wait outside, except for the masters and young ladies of the major families. The complexion of the O clan's clan lord changed, don't go too far. Qin Yan glanced at him and smiled faintly, what? Could it be that the O clan's clan lord thinks that our medical tower will harm you? Moreover, if we really wanted to harm you, how could these guards stop us? However, our medical tower is too small and can't accommodate so many people. We can only make them wait outside. Father. Seeing that Master O was about to explode, Oya hurriedly pulled his sleeve and whispered, it's useless to bring these guards along. Why don't we leave them here? Besides, I'm sure that the medical tower will not harm us. Master O scoffed coldly as his narrowed eyes flashed with a cold light. The medical tower will regret today's decision. Let's go. He fiercely flung his sleeves and walked into the western city. Father, mother. After the O family had left, the little girl's confused face finally showed some reaction. Her childish voice slowly rang out in the quiet street, the people of the medical tower are so impressive. When I grow up, I want to join the medical tower. A seed had already been planted in this little girl's heart and she had been working hard towards this goal for the next 10 years. It was also because of this sudden incident that her life had changed. The medical tower was eerily quiet. Everyone was engrossed in their work, and no one even went to greet the people from the three families. Finally, the people from the three great clans could not help but ask, we've been here for almost 16 hours. When will your pavilion master come out? Just wait. The young man replied without raising his head, do you think our pagoda master is as free as you? Once the pagoda master is done with his work, he will come to see you. The O clan's master's complexion sank once again. But, it wasn't good for him to lose his temper. So, he could only tightly hold the chair's handle in order to vent his anger. Time passed by slowly, and the O clan's master's patience had been worn out. He heavily slammed his palm on the table with a bang, and shouted in a cold and angry voice. Tell your tower master to come see me immediately. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Everyone buried their heads in their work, not even sparing him a glance. Patriarch Wu and Nangong Qing's expressions were also not very good. They were the patriarchs of the three great clans, yet this medical tower dared to put on such airs and make them wait here. Chapter 1101. Only Nangong Yuni leisurely tasted the tea in his hand. From time to time, he would glance at the few people who were about to flip out. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. These old fellows have always been tyrannical in Endless City. They should be humiliated. However, the tower master of the medical tower behaves like Yun Luofeng. Thinking of Qing Yan and the others, Nangong Yuni slightly narrowed his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes and he silently smiled. At this moment, he really wanted to meet the tower master of the medical tower to confirm his suspicions. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard from the stairs. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. The young girl's clothes were whiter than snow. She was devastatingly beautiful. The corners of her lips were slightly raised into a lazy smile. Her gloomy black eyes slowly swept across everyone present. "So, you really are from the medical tower." Oya slowly got up and her elegant gaze fell on Yun Luofeng. "It's good that you're here. Please help me pass a message to the tower master of the medical tower. I hope that he will come to see us." From the beginning, Oya had never connected Yun Luofeng's identity with the medical tower. Even though they had heard that the tower master of the medical tower was a young woman. However, Yun Luofeng was ridiculously young. How could he have achieved so much at such a young age? "Is she the woman you were talking about?" Patriarch O coldly glanced at Yun Luofeng and sneered. "I know the truth. The medical tower gave her some conditions to make her reject our O family's invitation. Perhaps she doesn't know that her refusal has cost her an opportunity to enter the sunshine." Whoosh! In an instant, the people of the medical tower, who had been working hard, turned their gazes towards Patriarch O. The emotions in their eyes were very complicated. Sympathy, ridicule, or perhaps, pity. Patriarch O felt their gazes and his expression became even more unsightly. He coldly stared at Yun Luofeng. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help us call the tower master of the medical tower. Could it be that she wants so many of us to wait here for her alone?" Yun Luofeng seemed to not have heard him and walked down the stairs. Her footsteps were very light, but each step heavily landed on everyone's hearts. The O clan's anger soared to the heavens. "Didn't you hear what I said? The people of this medical tower were really lazy and ill-mannered. Only the medical tower would accept people like you. My O clan won't accept you even if your medical skills are brilliant." A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Just as he had said to Oya, he would have no choice but to eradicate Yun Luofeng if she wasn't willing to join the O clan. At this moment, the gazes of the people from the medical tower had changed from the initial sympathy to cold mockery. "Idiot." In the end, a young man couldn't control himself and coldly spat out these two words. The O clan's master slammed his hand on the table again and angrily said, "Is this how the medical tower treats its guests?" Even some servants dared to offend their superiors. He would have been killed if this had happened in my O clan. No one paid attention to the O clan master. They all turned to Yun Luofeng and respectfully said, "Welcome, Tower Master." "WH. What? Pagoda Master?" The O clan's master's complexion changed from anger to shock. Then, it turned deathly pale as he stared at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. "Is she the Tower Master of the medical tower?" Impossible. Chapter 1102. This was impossible. There must be a mistake somewhere. How could the Tower Master of the medical tower be so young? Yun Luofeng. Oya quickly stood up and clenched her fists tightly. "You're the Tower Master of the medical tower? Why didn't you tell me before? Are you purposely making fun of me?" Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept over Oya. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. "Did you ask about my identity?" Indeed, when Oya had gone to find Yun Luofeng, she had insisted that she had joined the medical tower. However, from start to finish, she had never asked about her identity. Bang! Oya's legs gave way and she sat down. Her body trembled slightly as she looked at Yun Luofeng with hatred in her eyes. Nangong Lan was also stunned. She had never thought that the woman she looked down on was actually the tower master of the medical tower who had caused a sensation during this period of time. No wonder Nangong Yini knew medicine. It was actually related to the medical tower. Nangong Lan's eyelids drooped slightly, concealing the anger and murderous intent in her eyes. If she had known that Nangong Yini was related to the medical tower, she would have disregarded everything and killed him back then. Yun Luofeng, you even hid such an important matter from me? Although she had already guessed this, Nangong Yini's heart was filled with complicated emotions after verifying her guess. She stared resentfully at Yun Luofeng. You didn't ask me, Yun Luofeng paused, then continued, furthermore, you described me as a demon. How could I tell you about this matter? Nangong Yini's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. Her expression made Yun Luofeng's hair stand on end. It was as if she was a scoundrel who had abandoned her wife and son. Miss Yun, after seeing Yun Luofeng, Nangong Qing was shocked at first. However, he quickly recovered and asked with a smile, may I know why you've come to the three great clans? Yun Luofeng flung her sleeves and sat down. Her body leaned lazily against the back of the chair. Her pitch-black eyes contained a trace of a smile. You should be very clear why I've asked you to come. Yun Luofeng smiled. The situation of the three great clans in Endless City should be broken. The complexion of the O clan's master changed. You mean, I want this Endless City to belong to me. You can only obey me. Those who resist will die. Yun Luofeng's tone was very light, and his demonic voice surged with arrogance and domineeringness. Those who obey me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Wu laughed out loud. Yun Luofeng, are you joking with us? Obey you? Why? Yun Luofeng's evil eyes landed on clan head Wu. Then, she slowly raised her hand. I have the ability to make sure that you won't be able to leave this place. Boom. A huge force slashed down from above. When family head Wu raised his head, what he saw was a bright red flame. The red flames were so dazzling that he couldn't even open his eyes. It was also at this moment that a surge of energy entered his body. With a boom, his body flew backward and crashed onto the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Standing in front of everyone was a little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. Her bright eyes were full of smiles and her little face was radiant. However, no matter how cute this little girl was, fear still rose in everyone's hearts. Furthermore, Patriarch O subconsciously moved his chair back a few steps. Chapter 1103. Who else wants to provoke my master? Fire raised his eyebrows, his domineering eyes looked around at the people present, his cute little face raised into an evil smile. Yun Luofeng's posture was lazy, her left hand supporting her face, her evil eyes glanced at the ugly face of the O family head. Do you want to obey, or resist? The O family head's face darkened. You should give us some time to think about it. All right. This time, Yun Luofeng was very easy to talk to and readily agreed to the O family head. The O family head slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as Yun Luofeng gave them a buffer time, when the three great families joined forces, the medical tower would definitely not be their match. 1. Just as he was fantasizing, the girl's voice gradually sounded. 2. The O family head was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Yun Luofeng with a confused expression, not knowing what she was thinking. 3. As the last number fell, Yun Luofeng sat up straight, smiled and asked, I have already given you 3 seconds, I don't know what you think. You. The O family head's face was ashen, his eyes were spitting fire. In such a short period of time, how can we think about it? You should let us go back first, then we can discuss this matter. Fire. Yun Luofeng crossed his legs, his hand landed on his knee, lightly tapping. those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. If anyone resists, kill without mercy." After the 3 words, "kill without mercy," fell, the whole ground shook. Immediately, the O family head saw fire appear out of thin air in front of him, fiercely lifted his body, and then threw him out. This time, the O family head was thrown to the point of vomiting blood, extremely embarrassed. "I will give you one more chance, what do you think?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows, looking at the several family heads with a smile that was not a smile. Nan Gongqing pondered for a moment, then said, "Miss Yun, I know you are Er's friend, I don't know if you can give me this face. If you want to rule the other families, we won't stop you, but the matter of the 3 great families. I didn't ask you to come here to discuss with you. I'm just informing you of my decision." The girl's voice was very forceful, so forceful that she could not be refused. "Besides, my patience is limited. If you don't agree, I won't let you leave the Western city." It was only at this moment that the patriarchs of the various families felt regret. The medical tower's invitation was clearly a trap. The funny thing was that they had not taken the medical tower seriously in the beginning, so much so that they had attended the banquet alone. Nan Gongqing's eyes slightly sank. He glanced at Nan Gongyuni and said, "Your relationship isn't bad. Why don't you say a few words?" Nan Gongyuni turned his head, as if he hadn't heard Nan Gongqing's words. "You haven't decided yet?" Yun Luofeng raised his leg and flicked his sleeves. His demonic eyes contained a biting cold light. "Since that's the case, then, wait." Nan Gongqing suddenly spoke, stopping Yun Luofeng. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Miss Yun, I am willing to obey. A wise man submits to circumstances." Nan Gongqing could clearly feel the power contained in Fire's body. This little girl's strength was definitely not simple. Even if all of them joined forces, they might not be her match. "Nangong family head, you are too inferior." Wu family head sneered at Nan Gongqing, "You agreed after being threatened by a woman." "I would never." Ah. Chapter 1104. Before he finished speaking, a piercing pain came from Patriarch Wu's body. It was so painful that he couldn't help but scream, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Bang! At the same time, a powerful force came from the front. His body was once again thrown out, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Yun Luofeng retracted his hand, and looked at the others with an evil smile. "What about you guys? Do you have any objections to obeying me?" "No. No objections." Patriarch O swallowed his saliva, his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't even understand how Yun Luofeng had made his move, and Patriarch Wu had already been beaten to the ground by him. Therefore, he didn't dare to resist anymore. "Very good." Yun Luofeng raised his lips. "In order to control you, I have a few poisons here. If you take them, I'll let you go." Yun Luofeng. Patriarch O clenched his fists tightly, and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "We don't need to take this poison, right? Who knows if you've poisoned it, and we'll die immediately." Yun Luofeng didn't say anything, and gave Fire a meaningful look. Fire understood her meaning, and stepped forward to take the poison, and personally fed it to the 3 patriarchs. Her actions were very rough. She directly grabbed the other party's chin, and forcefully pried open their mouths. Then, she forcefully stuffed it in, and poured a bowl of water down. "All right, you can leave now." Yun Luofeng flicked his sleeves and sat down. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at Nangong Yuni with a smile. "Nangong, you stay. I have something to say." Hearing this, Nangong Yuni, who was about to leave, stopped and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. The people from the 3 great families had already left in a hurry. Therefore, in the entire medical tower, other than Yun Luofeng's people, only Nangong Yuni remained. "Nangong, do you think my actions are too cruel?" Yun Luofeng raised his head to look at Nangong Yuni and asked. Nangong Yuni laughed. "I only remember what you said to me not long ago. You fought so hard for the sake of survival. So, you didn't do anything wrong. Yun Luofeng, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Even if the whole world hates you, I will still accompany you. Just now, I gave your father a tonic. Yun Luofeng stretched lazily and stood up from his chair. Because he is your father, I will not feed him poison, but I also do not trust him, so I used that tonic to disguise it as poison. If you think he is trustworthy, you can tell him about this. She did not trust Nangong Qing. But she believed in Nangong Yuni. If Nangong Yuni believed that Nangong Qing was reliable, she wouldn't mind him telling him about this matter. Moreover, he couldn't harm Nangong Qing out of respect for Nangong Yuni. Unless the other party attacked her first. Yun Luofeng, you've done the right thing. Nangong Qing is very selfish, he's not worthy of your trust. Nangong Yuni laughed bitterly. Don't think that he's usually very concerned about me. In reality, it's because I'm the only male in the Nangong family. If he gives birth to another son, he'll immediately abandon me. This is a selfish man. How could such a selfish person be trusted? But I still thank you. Nangong Yuni looked seriously at Yun Luofeng. He thanked her not because Yun Luofeng let Nangong Qing go, but because she did it for him. This affection was worth keeping for his entire life. Nangong, after you return to the Nangong family, you must be careful. Yun Luofeng lightly narrowed his eyes. I'm worried that those people will attack you. Chapter 1105. Nangong Yuni nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I will pay attention to my safety. Also, the most powerful people in the three aristocratic families are not the family heads. Yun Luofeng didn't comment. She already knew what Nangong Yuni was talking about. It was rumored that the three aristocratic families were guarded by Holy Spirit practitioners. However, the three family heads were only at the Venerable Spirit realm. Therefore, there must be someone even more powerful behind the three aristocratic families. Okay, I got it. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in them. If they dare to cause trouble for me, I will make sure they never return. Nangong Yuni shook his head helplessly. He looked at Yun Luofeng one last time, then turned and left. After he left, Qing Yan and Yiling walked to Yun Luofeng's side and respectfully called out, Master. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the two. What's the matter? Qing Yan nodded. Miss Lin went out. What did you say? Yun Luofeng's eyes suddenly narrowed. I ordered that the medical tower will not be peaceful these days. No one is allowed to go out. Who let Xiao Bai go out? Even if she controlled the family heads of the three aristocratic families, there was someone even more powerful behind the three aristocratic families. For safety's sake, she had warned the people of the medical tower that without her orders, no one was allowed to take a step out. But Lin Ruobai actually went out? Qing Yan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Miss, when you gave the order, Miss Lin wasn't in the medical tower. In addition, the people from the three aristocratic families are about to arrive. I forgot to tell Miss Lin, so Miss Lin doesn't know that the situation is very dangerous now. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. There was a storm in his eyes. Thump. Qing Yan knelt in front of Yun Luofeng. Miss, this is my fault. I forgot to tell Miss Lin. I am willing to accept punishment. Yun Luofeng looked at Qing Yan. This has nothing to do with you. Get up. I was not considerate. Now, all of you stay in the medical tower. I will go find her. Then, the young girl's figure turned into a breeze and quickly disappeared from the medical tower, on the street. The girl held a drumstick in her left hand and a stick of candied hawthorn in her right hand. There was a stain on the corner of her mouth and a bright smile on her cute little face. Master, we've been out for a long time. Shouldn't we go back? Beside her, a spirit beast that looked like a magnificent peacock followed closely. Its arrogant eyes were filled with helplessness as it looked at the young girl. Qing Wan, suddenly, the young girl stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. Her bright big eyes looked towards a medicine shop in front of her. I keep feeling that there is something in this shop that attracts me. Qing Wan was taken aback, and when he regained his senses, Lin Ruobai had already stepped into the medicine shop. After entering the medicinal herb store, Lin Ruobai's gaze swept across the area and landed on a withered tree at the corner. The tree was very small, only reaching her waist. Most of the leaves had fallen, and there was a faint smell of death. That's right, it was indeed the aura of death. But for some reason, Lin Ruobai had a feeling that if he gave this withered tree to Yun Luofeng would definitely like it. "Boss, how much is this tree?" Lin Ruobai pointed at the withered tree and asked. When the boss saw Lin Ruobai's determined look, he was excited. Originally, he was still thinking about how to sell this tree cheaply. He didn't expect a sucker to come so quickly. Chapter 1106. Thinking of this, the boss coughed twice. "This tree has some history, so it's worth a lot. If you need it, give me 10,000 taels and I'll sell it to you." A cold light flashed in Qing Wan's eyes. This withered tree was casually thrown in a corner, so it was obviously not valued. How dare he offer such a high price now? He was just about to bargain when Lin Ruobai took out a stack of banknotes and threw it in front of the boss. "I'll buy this tree." If Qing Wan could transform into a human, perhaps Lin Ruobai could see his face as black as the bottom of a pot. She had seen stupid people, but never to this extent. Wasn't her master too silly? The boss was obviously tricking her, and she was foolishly tricked. But seeing Lin Ruobai's excited look, Qing Wan couldn't bear to mock her. Lin Ruobai hugged the withered tree and walked out of the medicine shop excitedly. She hadn't walked much when she bumped into the people from the 3 aristocratic families. She saw Nangong Lan from the 3 aristocratic families at a glance, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Strange, these people seemed to come from the west of the city. Did they go to find trouble with master? The more Lin Ruobai thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She wanted to leave quickly, but Nangong Lan glanced at her and shouted, "Stop." Hearing this, Lin Ruobai didn't even stop and quickly rushed to the west of the city. "Lan, do you know her?" Nangong Qing glanced at Lin Ruobai and asked in a low voice. "Father, do you remember that your daughter's spirit beast was snatched by Yun Luofeng? That spirit beast is beside this woman." Nangong Lan took a deep breath. This woman is Yun Luofeng's disciple. Nangong Qing was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Ruobai. "Miss Nangong, is what you said true?" Master Wu laughed. "It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. Finding it effortlessly. I didn't expect that we would meet Yun Luofeng's disciple here. In my opinion, we should capture this woman and force Yun Luofeng to hand over the antidote." The O family's master sneered. "I don't think that Yun Luofeng will hand over the antidote for a disciple. After all, compared to power, a disciple is more important." "That might not be the case." Nangong Lan curled her lips. "Yun Luofeng loves this disciple very much, otherwise he wouldn't have stolen my spiritual beast. Therefore, I feel that Patriarch Wu's method is feasible." "Father, don't you want to cure the poison? As long as you get rid of the poison, you won't need to be afraid of Yun Luofeng anymore." Nangong Qing was silent. He knew that what his daughter said made sense. As long as the poison was cured, he would no longer have to be controlled by Yun Luofeng. "Stop." While Nangong Qing was still thinking, the people from the Wu and O families had already started to move. They surrounded Lin Ruobai and said with a sneer, "Miss, please come with us." Lin Ruobai took 2 steps back. "Why?" "Because you are Yun Luofeng's disciple." The O clan's master bellowed. His fist was wrapped in a layer of swift and fierce wind, and he quickly arrived in front of Lin Ruobai. "Master, be careful." Seeing this, the blue wand's body flashed and blocked in front of Lin Ruobai. It opened its mouth and let out a cry. Under that cry, the O clan's master's movements paused. At this moment, the blue wand launched its attack. "This spiritual beast is in the venerable realm?" Nangong Qing narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Chapter 1107. Nangong Lan was filled with regret when she saw the blue wand's power. She never expected that the bird would have the power of a venerable one. If she had known, she would not have given it to Yun Luofeng. That's right. In Nangong Lan's heart, Yun Luofeng only had the chance to obtain this spiritual beast because she had given it to him. Let's attack together and subdue this spiritual beast. Master Wu looked at Nangong Qing and said. Nangong Qing sighed helplessly and finally joined the battle. No matter how powerful a spiritual beast was, it could not possibly deal with opponents of similar power at the same time. Hence, after a few rounds, she had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Lin Ruobai hugged the tree in her arms tightly and stared vigilantly at the people from the three great families. She carefully retreated, but there was already an ice-cold wall behind her. She had nowhere to retreat to. Is that thing in your arms very important to you? Nangong Lan glanced at Lin Ruobai's cautious movements and asked with a cold smile. Lin Ruobai's body stiffened and she hugged the tree even tighter. This was a gift she had given to her master. She could not give it to these people. All of you, attack. Capture that damned girl and crush the thing in her arms. Nangong Lan raised her hand and ordered coldly. In an instant, the people from the Nangong family pulled out their weapons and swiftly attacked Lin Ruobai. When the Blue Wand saw that Lin Ruobai was in danger, it instantly let out an angry cry. It wanted to get rid of these people and save Lin Ruobai as soon as possible. Unfortunately, these people surrounded it from both sides and prevented it from reaching Lin Ruobai's side. Master, quickly escape. Quickly find Sir Luofeng and leave. The Blue Wand's expression was filled with sorrow and its crisp voice was filled with despair. At this moment, the guards arrived in front of Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai hugged the withered tree tightly and leaned to the side to avoid the fierce attacks. Because she was hugging a tree, she could not use her hands to attack and could only dodge the weapons. A guard took advantage of Lin Ruobai's dodging and snatched the withered tree from her hands. He threw it fiercely on the ground and stabbed the withered tree with his sword. No! Lin Ruobai's tearing voice echoed through the entire street. She charged towards the guard as if she had gone mad. Give it back to me, give it back to me. Bang! Unknowingly, Nangong Lan had appeared beside her and kicked her waist, sending her body flying. Lin Ruobai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Nangong Lan with bloodshot eyes. If it was in the past, Nangong Lan would not be able to hurt her. But now, Lin Ruobai's mind was already filled with rage, to the extent that he couldn't see Nangong Lan's movements. Since you like this tree, I'll destroy it. Nangong Lan sneered, and a fireball gradually rose from her hand. Destroyed? Lin Ruobai's pupils constricted when he heard this. At the same time, Nangong Lan's fireball was already flying towards the withered tree. No! Lin Ruobai suddenly got up from the ground and quickly dashed towards the withered tree. The moment the fireball entered the withered tree, she raised her hand and pulled the withered tree into her embrace. Damn you! No one could touch what she wanted to give to her master. Nangong Lan was a little surprised. She looked at Lin Ruobai in shock. She seemed to have discovered something unbelievable as her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 1108. You're an advanced heavenly spiritualist? Advanced heavenly spiritualist? The people around Yun Luofeng were all so abnormal. If not for Lin Ruobai's mind being on the withered tree, she would not have been able to sneak an attack on her. This withered tree is a gift from me to master. You actually want to destroy it, you deserve to die. Boom! Lin Ruobai's killing intent surged, powerful spiritual energy spiraled above her head, forming a whirlpool. Elder. Nangong Lan felt Lin Ruobai's aura and her expression changed. Save me. This time, not only did the Nangong family's elder move, even the people from the other two families collectively attacked Lin Ruobai. Poof! A fist suddenly landed on Lin Ruobai's back, her body quickly moved forward, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, dyeing the front of her clothes red. These elders' strength was also at the venerable realm, and with so many of them, no matter how strong Lin Ruobai was, she would not be able to deal with so many elders. So, she only used all her strength to protect the withered tree in her arms. At this moment, there were already many people surrounding them. They did not know what had happened. their expressions were full of doubt. In order to protect her image, Nangong Lan cleared her throat and said, "Everyone, this girl is a servant of our Nangong family, and now she has stolen our Nangong family's wealth, so I specially came here to chase after her. So that's how it is." Hearing this, everyone came to a realization, and looked at Lin Ruobai with eyes full of contempt. "This little girl is quite pretty, I never thought that she would do such a thing. TSK, you really don't know a person's face. She even dared to steal things from the Nangong family. Is she tired of living? This kind of thief should be cut into pieces, and die without a complete corpse." These people's words were like a sword, ruthlessly stabbing into Lin Ruobai's heart. She wanted to defend herself, but in order to protect the withered tree, she had already used up all her strength, to the point that she did not even have the strength to speak. The blue wand finally fell in front of her. The gorgeous feather tail became tattered, full of wounds. Bright red blood pierced into Lin Ruobai's eyes, causing her eyes to gradually turn blood red. "I don't think there's any need for you to keep this tree." Nangong Lan walked in front of Lin Ruobai and tried her best to take away the withered tree from Lin Ruobai's hands. However, even after using all her strength, she was still unable to take away her beloved treasure. "Someone, help me cut off this woman's hand. I want to see if she will let go," Nangong Lan said angrily. "Yes, young miss." Hearing this, two people immediately stepped forward with their swords. The sharp blades of their swords shone brightly under the direct sunlight. The green phoenix struggled to open its eyes and looked at the dazed Lin Ruobai. Its lips moved slightly. "Quickly escape, master, quickly escape." Lin Ruobai stared at the green phoenix in a daze. The red light in his eyes was reflected, as bewitching as the color of blood. She muttered to herself, her expression as dull as ever. "Those who want to steal my gift to master deserve to die. Those who hurt Blue Wand deserve to die. Therefore, these people should all die here." Boom! A wave of monstrous power surged out from Lin Ruobai's body. In that instant, a violent gust of wind blew, and the sun and moon lost their color. Lin Ruobai stood in the wind, her cute and exquisite little face expressionless. Her blood-red eyes stared coldly at the group of people in front of her. Chapter 1109. Oh no! Nangong Qing's expression changed when he sensed the aura surging from Xiao Bai's body. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up and stop her, or it'll be too late." All of a sudden, everyone rushed towards Whitey. Their bodies were like sharp blades, killing without leaving a trace. Lin Ruobai's blood-red eyes were calm and emotionless as she stared coldly at the people charging at her. The storm above her head did not dissipate. Instead, it grew even more violent. A strong gust of wind appeared around her, causing her hair to dance wildly in the wind. Her childish face was delicate and adorable, but it was not as lively as before. Instead, it was so cold that it made people tremble in fear. The moment Nangong Qing and the others reached her, the aura from her body swept out like an explosion. In an instant, those people were sent flying and fell to the ground pathetically. Nangong Qing raised his head in shock. When he saw the young lady's green clothes, his eyes were filled with panic and fear. Demon. Indeed, in their eyes, Lin Ruobai was like a bloodthirsty demon. It was as if she had lost her mind and only knew how to kill. Run! Nangong Qing and the others looked at each other, then turned around and fled. The only thing they could do now was to go back and ask for reinforcements. Master, Qing Wan looked at Lin Ruobai in a daze. For some reason, the young lady gave him a strange feeling. This feeling caused his heart to tremble uncontrollably. "All of you deserve to die." Lin Ruobai raised her hand. In an instant, a wave of energy shot out from her hand and hit an elder from the Nangong family. At that instant, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. A hole appeared in the elder's chest, but no blood flowed out. Then, the hole grew bigger and bigger until it gradually spread to the elder's entire body. In a flash, his body turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. He did not even have the chance to scream before he died. However, this elder was a venerable spiritualist. A venerable spiritualist could not even withstand a single blow from her? Nangong Lan gulped and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Her pale face was filled with fear. She wanted to turn around and run away from this demon. However, at this moment, Lin Ruobai's gaze had already landed on her. "Father, save me!" Nangong Lan cried out in panic. She was so anxious that tears almost flowed down her face. She had originally thought that her disciple, Yun Luofeng, was a pushover. Who would have thought that this woman's strength would suddenly increase to such a powerful level? If she had known this would happen, she would never have provoked her. Boom! Lin Ruobai's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already behind Nangong Lan. She punched Nangong Lan's back, sending her flying several meters away. She coughed up blood. She raised her head in fear and saw that Lin Ruobai had already walked in front of her. "You, don't kill me, I was wrong, please don't kill me." Nangong Lan looked at Lin Ruobai with tears in her eyes, which were filled with fear and pleading. Clearly, the current Lin Ruobai was no different from a demon in her eyes. "Die." Lin Ruobai raised her chin slightly and looked down at Nangong Lan, who was lying on the ground. She raised her sword high in her hand and was about to fall. Nangong Lan was so scared that her face turned pale. Boom! At this moment, several powerful auras came from not too far away, causing the originally dark and colorless sky to become even darker. Chapter 11:10. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The crowd was shocked by Lin Ruobai's actions. They quickly found a place to hide and observed the situation from afar. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out in the sky, intimidating everyone. "Who dares to kill in my endless city?" The old man's voice was ethereal, but it was enough to shock everyone. It was as if a blow had struck their hearts, causing their souls to tremble. Slowly, several silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were all dressed in gray robes and had an ethereal air about them. Ancestral elders. The members of the 3 aristocratic families were overjoyed when they saw the elders. They never thought that the ancestral elders would find their way here so quickly. Ancestral elders? Among the onlookers, there were some who didn't understand and asked curiously, "Who are these ancestral elders? You probably don't know about this." One of the insiders smiled mysteriously. There have been many open and secret fights between the 3 aristocratic families over the years. However, none of them have suffered any losses. Do you know why? Why? The crowd grew even more curious. The person continued to smile. Because there's a hall of elders above the 3 aristocratic families. The elders in the hall are all members of the 3 aristocratic families. In other words, as long as someone from the 3 aristocratic families becomes a Holy Spirit, they can enter the Hall of Elders. Holy Spirit? The crowd turned pale with fright. They could not help but gasp as they looked at the elders in the sky. No wonder the 3 aristocratic families' status had been unshakable all these years. It turned out that there were more than 10 Holy Spirit cultivators above them. It was precisely because of these Holy Spirit cultivators that the 3 aristocratic families had not suffered any losses over the years. Lin Ruobai remained expressionless. He swung his sword down as if he had not heard the ancestral elder's words. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The gray-robed elder flew into a rage. He quickly appeared in front of Lin Ruobai and raised his hand to block Lin Ruobai. Bang! A powerful aura erupted from the 2 of them, sweeping the surrounding stalls into the sky before smashing them down. Lin Ruobai took a few steps back and looked at the gray-robed elder expressionlessly. A red light flickered in his eyes. "All of you deserve to die." Her aura had not stopped since the beginning, and her strength was also increasing rapidly. If this continued, even if all the elders of the 3 great clans joined forces, they might not be able to defeat her. The gray-robed elder gritted his teeth and said to his colleague, "Let's kill this little girl before she completely turns into a demon and get rid of this evil for the people." As long as one reached the status of the gray-robed old man, they would pay more attention to their face. He wouldn't say that he wanted to kill Lin Ruobai because he was afraid of her growth. He would only tell everyone that he was getting rid of a scourge for the people. In an instant, all the old men floated in front of Lin Ruobai and surrounded her. Qing Wan supported her heavily injured body and climbed up. She shouted angrily, "You shameless old bastards, so many people bullying a little girl, do you still have any shame?" The grey-robed elder scoffed coldly and said mockingly, "I've already said that we're getting rid of a scourge for the people. This little girl is a scourge. If we don't kill her, the entire mainland will suffer. Therefore, for the sake of the people on the mainland, she must die." Qing Wan trembled with anger. She had never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 11:11. I think that the three great families' ancestral elders are right. This woman has clearly turned into a demon. Look at her eyes, they are clearly the eyes of a demon. If she doesn't die, many people will suffer. That's right. This woman deserves to die. She has a cruel nature. She should be killed for the safety of the common people. The crowd jeered and shouted. In their eyes, Lin Ruobai was a demon and the people from the three great families were deities who had slain demons. Lin Ruobai remained expressionless as she stood in the middle of the elders' encirclement. Her red eyes were blood-red and it seemed as if there was a blood-red light in her eyes. It was extremely terrifying. A battle was about to break out. The ancestral elders were Holy Spirit practitioners and were supreme beings on this mainland. Even so, Lin Ruobai did not fall into a disadvantageous position when facing so many ancestral elders at the same time. "Mother," just then, a soft voice rang out from the crowd, "I know this little sister. She seems to be from the medical tower." If Qin Yan was here, she would have recognized this little girl as the one who had almost been hit by the O family's carriage and had been rescued by her. She was also the one who had vowed to join the medical tower after she had been rescued. "Yuan, don't talk." The woman next to her was so frightened that she covered her mouth and carefully watched the battle in front of her. However, she did not cover her mouth very tightly and the little girl's voice could still be heard faintly. "Mother, why do they all think that this little sister is at fault? I think that the people from the three great families are not good people. They had wanted to hit me before and it was the big sister from the medical tower who saved me. Therefore, these people are the bad people and the big sister from the medical tower is definitely a good person. I must join the medical tower in the future." The little girl was still young. In her heart, Qing Yan, who had saved her, must be a good person. Therefore, the people from the medical tower were also good people. On the contrary, the people from the O family who wanted to hit her were definitely bad people. "Yuan, The woman was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly shouted, "Don't talk nonsense so that you don't get into trouble." The little girl blinked her ignorant eyes. She was still young and did not know what had happened. The grey-robed old man looked at the little girl coldly and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. When no one was paying attention, a powerful force shot out from his sleeve and directly struck the little girl. The little girl did not notice the grey-robed elder's actions. It should be said that no one saw this scene, hence, when they saw Lin Ruobai rushing towards the little girl, everyone was shocked. "Quick, get out of the way, this demoness has gone mad." Everyone hurriedly screamed. The woman was also stunned. By the time she came back to her senses, Lin Ruobai was already in front of the little girl. Puff! She quickly pulled the little girl into her arms and the attack landed fiercely on her back. Previously, in order to chase after this attack, she had used up a lot of strength, so she did not have the chance to put up a defense. If a spiritualist fought without any defense, he would only be slightly better than a normal person. This was also why it was so easy for assassins to kill people of a higher rank than them. The little girl blinked her eyes in a daze, staring blankly at Lin Ruobai. She stretched out her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of Lin Ruobai's mouth, her eyes filled with confusion. "Big sister, why are you bleeding?" Chapter 11:12. Lin Ruobai lowered her head to look at the little girl. Her eyes were still blood-red, but her face was no longer expressionless. Under the cover of the sun, there was a layer of light. "Did you just say that you want to join the medical tower?" The little girl nodded seriously. The medical tower is full of good people. The 3 aristocratic families are all bad people. I want to join the medical tower and beat up the bad people. This time, the woman did not stop the little girl. No matter how stupid she was, she could see everything in front of her. Her daughter had said a few words about the 3 aristocratic families, and these sanctimonious people had tried to kill her. If the girl from the medical tower had not risked her life to save her, perhaps her daughter would have been separated from her. Lin Ruobai smiled. Her smile was so dazzling that no one could look away. Remember what you said today. The medical tower welcomes you at any time. Miss. The woman stepped forward and supported Lin Ruobai's body. Thank you for saving my daughter. Lin Ruobai shook her head. She's a good seedling. With proper training, she will become a fighting force by my master's side. I won't let the medical tower lose a good seedling. If I don't die this time, I will mention it to my master and let her enter the medical tower to study. Cough cough. Lin Ruobai coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Her body became weak and she gradually fell to the ground. Little sister. The little girl cried bitterly. She wanted to catch Lin Ruobai, but she did not have enough strength. She could only fall to the ground with Lin Ruobai. Bring her back. The grey-robed elder snorted coldly and said expressionlessly. The woman's body trembled. Just as she was about to speak, the little girl had already climbed up from the ground and stood in front of Lin Ruobai. You bad people, you can't bully little sister. The grey-robed elder's eyes darkened. He put on a fake smile and said, Can't you see that this woman has already become a demon? She's a scourge. We're getting rid of a scourge for the people. The crowd, who originally agreed with the grey-robed elder, did not provoke Lin Ruobai like they did last time. They unanimously remained silent. Master O did not have such good patience. He stepped forward, lifted the little girl, and threw her away. He then put Lin Ruobai on his shoulder and said, Let's go. Wow. The little girl had just been picked up from the ground by the woman when she saw Lin Ruobai being carried away. She was so anxious that she burst into tears. She struggled to get up, but in the end, she could only watch as Lin Ruobai was taken away. Little girl, Nangong Lan stood up, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. Don't be tricked by someone, that woman is not a good person. Pooh. The woman hugged her daughter tightly and spat on Nangong Lan's face. She's not a good person. So you guys are good stuff? My daughter only said a few words about your 3 great clans, and you want to silence them. That girl shouldn't have lost. If it weren't for saving my daughter, she wouldn't have been hit. In the end, who's the bad guy? Nangong Lan's face darkened as she looked coldly at the woman. Just as she was about to speak, the mocking voices beside her surged over like a tide. I really thought that the girl had become a demon, causing her to kill people crazily. I didn't think that we'd misunderstood her in the end. Indeed, if the 3 great clans hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have killed people out of anger. In the end, she was even injured for someone she had nothing to do with. Chapter 11:13. Actually, it's not completely unrelated. If this little girl had not said that she wanted to join the medical tower, she would not have saved her. But no matter what, it's a fact that she has saved others. On the contrary, these hypocrites, who keep saying that they are helping the people get rid of evil, have killed people just because of a few words from a little girl. Hearing the voices of these people, Nangong Lan's expression turned exceptionally ugly. She did not dare to say another word and left dejectedly. How glorious she had been when she had arrived was how miserable she had been now. Even though the 3 great families had captured Lin Ruobai, their reputation that they had built up over the years had plummeted. From now on, no one would ever trust the 3 great families again. On the street, Yun Luofeng saw the crowd in front of her from afar. She frowned and quickly walked over. When she stepped forward, she saw the blue wand lying on the ground. Her peerlessly beautiful face sank instantly. Could it be that she was still a step too late? Lord Luofeng. The blue wand struggled to lift her eyelids. When she saw Yun Luofeng walking towards her, her heart filled with joy. She hurriedly said, "Master, she has been captured by the three great families." Yun Luofeng slowly walked forward, took out a medicinal herb and fed it to the blue Wan. After the blue Wan's injuries had healed, she gradually stood up. An evil light flashed in her pitch-black eyes. "Fire, send the blue Wan back." As soon as she finished speaking, a fiery red figure appeared out of thin air and appeared next to Yun Luofeng. This was a girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Her red clothes were like blood and she was extremely enchanting. Even though she was still young and had yet to shed her childishness, one could still see how beautiful she would be in the future. At this moment, the girl was standing next to Yun Luofeng. She opened her mouth and asked, "Master, why didn't you bring me along to settle the score with the three great families? This time, I don't need you. I alone am enough." Yun Luofeng gently raised her eyes. If she did not wipe out the three great families, how could she quell the anger in her heart? Those who hurt Xiao Bai deserve to die. "Sister," Yuan looked at Yun Luofeng with her large, teary eyes. "Are you going to save the big sister just now?" Yun Luofeng stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at Yuan. His brows furrowed tightly. "Miss," the woman understood the doubts in Yun Luofeng's heart and hurriedly explained, "That little girl was injured while trying to save my daughter. You are all my benefactors, I will pray for your safety here." Yuan blinked her big eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng with some fear. This elder sister's aura was too frightening. She was like a god. That's right, her aura was like that of a god, high and mighty, impossible to blaspheme. It also gave people a sense of security. Big sister said that I can join the medical tower. Is that true?" Yun Luofeng raised his brows and scrutinized Yuan once again. When he saw her talent, a look of surprise flashed across his pitch-black eyes. This little girl is not simple. If he were to be nurtured properly in the future, he would definitely become a powerhouse. What she said is true. You can join the medical tower right now. The woman was startled and asked, "How can Miss be so sure?" As she spoke, Yun Luofeng was already far away, madly sprinting in the direction of the three aristocratic families. However, in the air, her voice could still be heard from afar. "Because I am the pagoda master of the medical tower, I can make this decision." The pagoda master of the medical tower? Everyone was shocked and stared blankly at the place where Yun Luofeng had disappeared. Chapter 11:14. So this woman was the legendary medical tower's tower master. She was also so beautiful and peerless. Yuan blinked her eyes in a daze. "Mother, this sister is so handsome, I want to marry her when I grow up." The woman's forehead twitched as she looked at her daughter with a black face. Yun Luofeng would never have thought that his unintentional actions would cause an ignorant little girl to say such words. Nangong family. Nangong Qing sat on a chair with a face full of worry. His entire person looked very depressed. "I have completely fallen out with the medical tower. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain to Master." The great elder looked at Nangong Qing. "Everything is more important than the big picture. Even if young master has a good impression of that woman from the medical tower, he still knows what is right and wrong. She is just an outsider, how can she make us obey? Dream on." Nangong Qing sighed helplessly. There was no turning back. He could only brace himself and continue on. "Master." At this moment, a delicate voice came from outside the hall. Nangong Qing frowned and turned to look, only to see Mu Qianqian and her daughter entering the hall. "Why are you here?" His expression was not very good as he looked at Nangong Lan coldly. If it wasn't for Nangong Lan, they wouldn't have almost been annihilated today. Nangong Lan lowered her head and did not make a sound, but her hands were clenched tightly by her sides. "Master, you don't have to blame Lan. Lan is your only flesh and blood in this world." Mu Qianqian smiled delicately and slowly walked towards Nangong Qing. Nangong Qing frowned. "What do you mean?" "I still have is my son, he should inherit the Nangong family." Hearing the man's words, Nangong Lan's body shook and her heart suddenly sank. No matter how much she did, in her father's eyes, there would always be that illegitimate child. Nangong Yuni? Mu Qianqian sneered, that boy's mother is indiscreet, flirting around. Who can be sure that Nangong Yuni is Master's biological son? We used a drop of blood to identify our kinship. Nangong Qing snorted and replied in a bad mood. Mu Qianqian's eyes flickered and she said with a smile, Patriarch, how can a blood test be reliable? The person who colluded with Nangong Yuni's mother is your biological younger brother. With this bloodline here, it is very likely that the blood test will succeed. Stop. Nangong Qing's forehead twitched violently as he shouted angrily. The younger brother colluded with his sister-in-law. This was a humiliation that the Nangong family could not mention. Patriarch, do you think Nangong Yuni is similar to you in any way? Mu Qianqian's voice seemed to have a magical power, causing Nangong Qing to fall silent. Originally, he didn't feel anything, but when he heard Mu Qianqian's words, he felt that Nangong Yuni was very suspicious. That slut and her own little brother were in cahoots, maybe. Nangong Yuni was also their product. No wonder Nangong Yuni didn't listen to him. So he had been deceiving him all along? Bang! Nangong Qing slapped the table. If he really isn't my son, then I won't let him go. He would never allow anyone to deceive him. Moreover, these days, he had given Nangong Qing too much love. How could he endure this kind of disappointment? Mu Qianqian, what evidence do you have to prove that Yuni isn't my son? Patriarch, I brought someone to see you. Mu Qianqian smiled mysteriously and clapped her hands. In an instant, 2 guards brought a man in. Chapter 11:15. This man was thin and handsome. There were a few strands of white hair at his temples and he looked very weathered. Upon seeing this man, Nangong Qing's suppressed anger surged once again. Nangong Chen. You actually dare to appear in front of me. Nangong Chen swallowed his saliva with difficulty and glanced at Mu Qianqian. When he saw Mu Qianqian give him a look, he smiled helplessly and turned to face Nangong Qing. I'm here to reunite with my son. What? Nangong Qing clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What are you saying? Nangong Chen lowered his eyes to hide the apologetic look in his eyes. Nangong Yuni is my son with Fu-er. Boom! Nangong Qing slammed his fist on the table and instantly, the table broke into 2. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. Say what you just said one more time. Who's your son? Nangong Chen raised his head and looked into Nangong Qing's eyes, which were filled with anger. He said word by word, Nangong Yuni is my son. As soon as he said this, Nangong Qing staggered a little. What followed was an even more intense anger. At this moment, he did not see the smiles on Mu Qianqian and her daughter's faces or the flash of pride in their eyes. Nangong Yuni, if you're not Nangong Qing's son, let's see how you plan to seize the Nangong family. Coincidentally, Nangong Yuni returned at this moment. As soon as he stepped into the Nangong family residence, he felt that the atmosphere was a little off. He was stunned for a moment before he asked, what happened? As soon as the question left his mouth, he remembered the words he had heard on the street and continued to ask, Father, I heard that you made a move against the people from the medical tower. If this guy really wanted to become Yun Luofeng's enemy, then he would definitely stand on Yun Luofeng's side without any hesitation. Ha ha ha. Nangong Qing was so angry that he laughed. You bastard, how dare you question me? Who gave you the courage to do so? I should have known that you're born from that bitch and another man. You're not my son at all. Otherwise, why would you be so disobedient? Nangong Yuni's expression darkened. You better be more respectful when you speak. What do you mean by born with another man? From the beginning to the end, my mother only had you as a man. Humph, you still want to quibble? Your biological father has already come knocking on your door, and you still don't want to admit it. Nangong Qing was furious. I've been so good to you, but I didn't expect that all I did was raise someone else's son. Since your biological father has found his way here, none of you can leave. Boom! Nangong Qing suddenly rushed in front of Nangong Yuni. His palm fiercely grabbed Nangong Yuni's neck and forcefully threw him to the ground. Little bastard, don't think that I don't know that you and that woman Yun Luofeng colluded to plot against me. That's right, I really did capture Yun Luofeng's disciple. My goal was to force her to hand over the antidote. Nangong Yuni smiled. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his smile was very bleak. Why are you always so stupid? Do you believe whatever others say? Because of what this man and Mu Qianqian said, my mother had to bear the crime for so many years. Did you catch them in bed, or did you see them having sex with your own eyes? No, you didn't see anything. It was because of these people's words that my mother had to bear the crime for so long. Nangong Yuni crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at Nangong Qing, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Your intelligence makes me feel sad. Chapter 11:16. Impudent. Nangong Qing roared angrily. Every time he thought about how his son, whom he had placed all his hopes on, was a bastard child, the rage in his heart would surge uncontrollably. Guards, lock Nangong Yuni up. We'll deal with him later. Yes, master. Hearing this, the two guards stepped forward and grabbed Nangong Yuni's arms. Nangong Yuni raised his hand and fiercely flung the guards' hands away. He then swept his cold gaze across Nangong Qing and said expressionlessly, "One day, you will regret what you've done today." After he had spoken, he glanced at Mu Qianqian and the smile on his face became even more disdainful. If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it. You're on your own. After saying these words, Nangong Yuni waved his sleeves and left in a carefree and unrestrained manner under the escort of two guards. Once he had walked out of the great hall, he felt his legs turn to jelly and his back was drenched in sweat. He was really afraid that Nangong Qing would kill him in a fit of rage. Hence, even though he had pretended to be cool, his legs were already trembling in fear. However, he would not show his cowardice and weakness in front of the mother and daughter. Father. Nangong Lan's eyes flashed. Nangong Yuni is rather cunning. I'm afraid that the two guards will not be able to keep an eye on him and let him escape. I will personally take him to the prison. Nangong Qing waved his hand and sat down on a chair, looking slightly tired. Go. Yes, father. Nangong Lan joined her fists and walked out of the great hall. No one noticed that the moment she left, a trace of viciousness flashed across her eyes. Nangong Yuni, perhaps you never thought that you would fall into my hands one day. Nangong Qing could not even look in the direction that Nangong Lan had left. His expression was cold and dark as he looked at the kneeling Nangong Chen and slammed his hand on the table. I've always treated you well, why must you treat me like this? It's fine that you've colluded with Fuer, but why is it that even my beloved son is your bastard child? The more Nangong Qing spoke, the angrier he became. His face turned red with anger as he glared fiercely at Nangong Chen. It was as if he wanted to tear Nangong Chen into a million pieces. Nangong Chen lowered his head. I was indeed in the wrong. You can punish me as you wish. Ha ha ha. Nangong Qing furiously laughed twice. Good, very good. Now that you have fallen into my hands, I will never let you go. Men, take him away. Cut off a piece of his flesh every day until he dies. Hearing Nangong Qing's words, Nangong Chen's body trembled, but he did not raise his head. Two guards stepped forward, lifted his body, and walked out of the hall. When Nangong Chen's body was lifted, he subconsciously looked at Mu Qianqian. His lips moved slightly. His lips were saying, "Remember your promise to me." Mu Qianqian smiled. Promise? What the hell was that? She had never been one to keep her promises. Now that she thought about it, Nangong Chen was indeed an infatuated man. That year, she had captured his lover and fed her a deadly poison to force Nangong Chen to frame that woman. Nangong Chen had listened to everything she said for the sake of his beloved lover. Even though he had been misunderstood by his own brother and had spent so many years in hiding, he had never thought of clearing up the matter. Chapter 11:17. What a joke. Nangong Chen's lover was already dead, yet Nangong Chen continued to work for her. Perhaps he should be thanking her. If it wasn't for her, Nangong Chen wouldn't have the chance to reunite with his lover in the Yellow Springs. In a dark and damp prison cell, Lin Ruobai's body was nailed to the wall. Fresh blood flowed from her wound, dyeing her green clothes red. She looked like she was soaked in a vat of blood, lifeless. Go in. Suddenly, the prison's door was pushed open. Nangong Lan fiercely pushed Nangong Yuni inside. Just as Nangong Yuni was about to curse out in anger, he suddenly saw Lin Ruobai nailed to the wall. His heart immediately sank, and his low voice was filled with rage. Nangong Lan, what did you do to Yun Luofeng's disciple? Nangong Lan smiled. These nails are made of special materials. They can suppress the rising power in her body. If she continues to grow, she will definitely become a scourge. So, the Nangong family is getting rid of a scourge for the people. Tui. Nangong Yuni spat at Nangong Lan's shameless face. He was so angry that his handsome face turned green. Getting rid of a scourge? I think that the people who should be getting rid of are the people from the Nangong family. Nangong Lan's eyes turned cold. In a flash, she rushed in front of Nangong Yuni. Her palm was wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy and she attacked Nangong Yuni's chest. At this moment, the ring on Nangong Yuni's finger flashed. In an instant, two spiritual beasts, one big and one small, appeared in front of Nangong Lan. Roar! An angry roar caused Nangong Lan to take a few steps back. She narrowed her eyes and stared dangerously at the blood lion in front of Nangong Yuni. Don't forget who brought you out of the forest of no return. Is this how you treat me now? The blood lion snorted. It was originally very comfortable in the forest of no return. Who knew that it would accidentally fall into this woman's trap and leave its home to come here? Don't tell me. I have to thank her. Nangong Yuni, when Nangong Lan saw that the blood lion was not listening to her, she turned her gaze towards Nangong Yuni and sneered, don't forget, this is our Nangong family. Do you think that these two spiritual beasts can protect you? Besides, Yun Luofeng's disciple has fallen into my hands. If you don't want her to suffer even more, then call back your spiritual beast. Nangong Yuni clenched his fists tightly. He glanced at Lin Ruobai who was covered in blood behind him. His eyes darkened. Little lightning, little blood, come back. The twin-winged purple-tailed mink and the blood lion cried out in protest. If they left, Master would definitely be tortured by this woman. You guys go back. Right now, Nangong Lan doesn't have the guts to kill me. Nangong Yuni raised his eyes, his gaze filled with determination. This is an order. Once a spirit beast was tamed, it would obey any order from its master. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only return to the ring. Nangong Lan, let this lady go. Nangong Yuni clenched his fists tightly. If you let her go, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. Nangong Lan glanced at Nangong Yuni. Looks like you have deep feelings for Yun Luofeng. For her disciple, you're willing to sacrifice yourself like this. You'll never understand. There's a kind of feeling called brotherhood. This kind of brotherhood has nothing to do with love. For her, I can lay down my head and spill my blood. I can also stand by her side when she becomes enemies with the entire world. But people like you will never understand the feelings we had before. Chapter 11:18. That kind of feeling had nothing to do with romance or staying together for a lifetime. He would only protect you with everything he had in his limited life. Nangong Lan frowned. She thought that Nangong Yuni sacrificed himself to save Lin Ruobai because he loved Yun Luofeng. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Friendship? What a joke. She never believed that this kind of feeling existed in this world. Nangong Yuni, you want to save Lin Ruobai? Fine. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I'll let her go. Nangong Lan sneered. She waved her hand and took out a hammer from her spatial ring. Bang! Her hammer smashed onto Nangong Yuni's back. He clenched his fist and his body slightly swayed. Nangong Yuni, you're not allowed to use your defense. Otherwise, I won't let this woman go. Without using his defense, he was only slightly better than a normal person. How could Nangong Yuni withstand 10 hits in his current state? Nangong Yuni's body trembled. In the end, he still removed all his defenses and exposed his weakness to Nangong Lan. The second hammer smashed down. Nangong Yuni couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground. He propped himself up and tried to get up. However, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Only when he felt the pain did he realize that his spine had been broken by that hammer strike. You can't take it after just 2 hits. I still have 8 hits waiting for you. Nangong Lan laughed coldly. I want to see how long you can last. Bang! Another hammer fell on Nangong Yuni's back. He felt a fishy taste in his mouth. A mouthful of fresh blood was stuck in his throat, making his throat extremely uncomfortable. On the 4th hit, he felt his upper and lower eyelids fighting. He was powerless to separate them and could only let them close. The 5th hit, he couldn't hold on any longer. His mind was in a state of dizziness. He could only rely on his last bit of willpower to hold on. His mother's grievances hadn't been cleared. Nangong Qing hadn't regretted it. Mu Qianqian and her mother hadn't received their retribution. How could he die here? It was just 10 hits. As a man, how could he not hold on? On the 6th strike, Nangong Yuni felt his back go numb. His entire body lost all feeling. He fiercely clenched his teeth. The pain from the tip of his tongue prevented his will from sinking. Following that, the 7th, 8th, 9th, all of them fell. As long as he could endure this last strike, he would be able to save Lin Ruobai. Nangong Yuni, I didn't expect you to be able to hold on. I wonder if you can withstand this final attack. Nangong Lan raised the iron hammer in her hand high up. All of her spiritual energy was transferred to the iron hammer. Then, it streaked across the moist air and suddenly landed on Nangong Yuni's back. Puff! The mouthful of blood that was stuck in his throat was finally spurted out by this hammer strike. The ground in front of him was covered in a pool of blood. It was a ghastly sight. Nangong Lan. Nangong Yuni's voice was very weak, as if it could disappear at any time. I've already endured 10 strikes from you. You must fulfill your promise and let this lady go. Nangong Lan laughed sarcastically. She spread out her hands and asked, let her go. Did I say anything like that? Who can prove it? You. Nangong Yuni's eyes were burning with anger. Your words don't count. Despicable and shameless. Nangong Lan faintly smiled. She walked in front of Nangong Yuni, lowered her head, and looked down at him from above. It was you who thought that your identity as a bastard child was too shameful. You willingly endured these 10 strikes. What does that have to do with me? Why should I let this woman go? Chapter 11:19. Nangong Yuni's body went soft. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. He stared at Nangong Lan with eyes filled with hatred. If his gaze was a knife, Nangong Lan would definitely be cut into pieces. Hate. Nangong Lan lowered her body and smiled at Nangong Yuni. Back then, when you came to the Nangong family, I felt the same way as you do now. From that moment on, I have been planning how to deal with you. Nangong Lan. Nangong Yuni's voice was very weak. It was so weak that it seemed like it would disappear at any moment. One day, I will tear you into pieces. Ha ha ha. Nangong Lan laughed out loud. Dismember the corpse into 10,000 pieces? Nangong Yuni, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Father was too stupid in the past to protect a bastard like you. This time, I will not give you another chance. She raised the hammer in her hand again and fiercely smashed it on Nangong Yuni's ankle. Crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out in the quiet prison. Nangong Yuni gritted his teeth. He pressed on the broken bone on his ankle. He stubbornly and unwillingly stared at Nangong Lan. His handsome pale face was as firm as a mountain. His sharp eyebrows didn't even frown. This broken leg is my reward for stealing father's love for all these years. Now, you can enjoy everything in front of you. Haha. Nangong Lan's laughter was crazy. Her sinister face twisted. It was as if torturing Nangong Yuni gave her great pleasure. At the same time, at the entrance of the Nangong family, the metal door was cut in half by a sword. The two guards guarding the door didn't even have time to react. They were instantly hit in the chest by a force and fell into the door. At the entrance, a young girl stepped through the door. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were arrogant and domineering. Her evil black eyes flashed with killing intent. It was as if a gust of wind had been set off around her, making people not dare to get close. Get Nangong Qing out here. Following the young girl's cold shout, Nangong Qing, who was originally discussing in the hall, immediately walked out with a group of elders. When he saw Yun Luofeng, his expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and gave an order to the person beside him. The man accepted the order and hurriedly retreated. Miss Yun, I trust you have been well since we last met. Nangong Qing glanced at the servant who was walking away and smiled insincerely. Yun Luofeng's evil eyes glanced at Nangong Qing. Where's Whitey? What shall buy? Nangong Qing pretended to be confused as he looked at her. Lin Ruobai, my disciple. In other words, the girl you captured on the street. Yun Luofeng slowly approached Nangong Qing. Where is she? Nangong Qing's eyes flickered a few times before he laughed dryly and said, I don't know what you mean by that. We did capture a woman on the street, but that woman had already become a demon. I was afraid that she would threaten the safety of the continent, so I took her away. Milk tea. Rat Queen. Yun Luofeng's gaze turned cold, and he ordered coldly, search for me. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. As soon as she said those words, the murderous aura around the young girl grew even stronger. Her fine black hair danced in the wind and her white robes fluttered in the wind. She raised her chin slightly and her peerlessly demonic face was filled with a thick murderous intent. In an instant, two rays of light flashed and landed in front of Yun Luofeng. Of the two people, one was a budding youth and the other was a noble and arrogant woman. Chapter 11:20. In front of Yun Luofeng, the two of them lowered their heads and said respectfully, Yes, Master. Hua. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them turned into a beam of light and quickly rushed out of the crowd. Their speed was too fast, so fast that no one could catch them. Yun Luofeng looked at Nangong Qing from the corner of her eye. Her arrogant eyes were filled with a domineering aura. If Xiaobai loses a single hair, I will kill one person from your Nangong family. If she leaves a drop of blood behind, I will make everyone from your Nangong family pay tribute to her. Nangong Qing's face turned ugly. Miss Yun, don't you think you are being too rude and unreasonable? You should be reasonable. Besides, our Nangong family doesn't know that woman is your disciple. No matter what, he had to delay until the ancestral elders arrived. Otherwise, who knew if this woman would go crazy? Boom! Yun Luofeng's aura surged. The wind around her uprooted the surrounding trees and rushed towards Nangong Qing. Nangong Qing didn't have time to react. The trees were already in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, with a bang, his entire body was buried by the trees. Cough, cough. Nangong Qing coughed twice and climbed up from under the tree. He looked at Yun Luofeng with an ashen face. Miss Yun, is your friend. Why must you be so heartless? It's useless even if you bring up Nangong Yuni. I will still say the same thing. If Xiaobai loses a drop of blood, I will make your three great families die with her. As soon as he finished speaking, an old and disdainful voice came from the void. Such big words. I don't know what ability you used to destroy my 3 great families. Gradually, several figures appeared from the void. These people were all dressed in gray robes. They had the demeanor of immortals and looked down on all living things. The person who had just spoken looked similar to Nangong Qing. From this, it could be seen that this old man was from the Nangong family. What ability do I have? Won't you know after you try? Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Her deep black eyes were filled with evil. Ha ha ha. The gray-robed old man laughed wildly. Good. Then I want to see what kind of ability a little girl like you has. Whoosh. The instant he finished speaking, the gray-robed old man had already charged down. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Yun Luofeng in an instant. The old man's attack was swift and fierce, and his moves were extremely ruthless. He aimed for Yun Luofeng's vital points. Yun Luofeng dodged to the side when she saw the old man's swift and fierce palm wind. Then, the sword in her hand drew a sword wind and landed on the old man's waist. The old man laughed coldly and easily dodged Yun Luofeng's sword before launching the next wave of attacks. Let's go together. The other elders frowned. They clearly did not think that Yun Luofeng would be able to dodge a saint's attack with his power. Therefore, they did not even stop to think as they quickly charged towards the young lady below. At this moment, they'd long since disregarded their face, and they only wanted to subdue Yun Luofeng as quickly as possible. At this moment, a crowd had already gathered outside the Nangong family's gate. These people had all witnessed the conflict between Lin Ruobai and the 3 aristocratic families. Hence, when Yun Luofeng came to settle the score with the Nangong nobles, they had all followed him. Chapter 1121. Their goal was to see whether the medical tower would emerge victorious in this battle, or whether the 3 great families' territories would remain as stable and unshakable as a mountain. Whoosh! Just as the elders were rushing towards Yun Luofeng, countless vines suddenly appeared on the ground. These vines were like swimming dragons as they tried to entangle the elders. One of the elders was caught off guard and was entangled by the vines, unable to move. When his companion saw this, he immediately pulled out his sword and tried to cut off the vines. However, the vines were as strong as steel. His sword could not cut them off. What is this? His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Why can't I cut it off with my strength? Just as he was about to retreat, the vines suddenly attacked him from the side. However, he did not notice this at all. If it was not for Nangong Qing's scream, perhaps he would have coincidentally dodged the vine. However, Nangong Qing screamed instead. Elder O Xing, be careful. When he heard this, O Xing instinctively paused. And because he stopped, the vines instantly wrapped around his body. The entire Nangong family became deathly silent. The previously arrogant elders could only dodge the vines that could not be cut off. They had no time to spare to deal with Yun Luofeng. At this moment, in the dark and damp prison, Nangong Lan stepped hard on Nangong Yuni's back. Her lips curled into a cold smile. She bent down and said in a sinister voice, Nangong Yuni, are you in pain? Don't worry, just beg me. Maybe I will let you die a quick death. Nangong Yuni closed his eyes. His actions had already expressed his inner thoughts. Even if he died, he would not beg for mercy. All right, you have a backbone. Since that's the case, I will first gouge out your eyes, then cut off your limbs. I want to see how tough you can be. Nangong Lan flipped Nangong Yuni's body over. A dagger suddenly appeared in her hand and she gestured at his eyes. Tell me, should I gouge out your left eye or right eye first? Nangong Lan laughed coldly. Of course, if you insult Yun Luofeng, I'll leave one of your eyes. If you say that I'm prettier than Yun Luofeng, that I'm more talented than Yun Luofeng, then I'll leave both of your eyes behind. Nangong Yuni still didn't utter a single word. His eyes were tightly shut, and his demeanor of facing death with equanimity completely infuriated Nangong Lan. Nangong Yuni, I'm telling you, Yun Luofeng is no match for me. A fierce look flashed across Nangong Lan's eyes. For her to be able to break through to this realm, she must have used something to raise her strength. Just based on talent, even 10 Yun Lufangs cannot compare to one of me. As for looks, I am the #1 beauty of Endless City. What does Yun Luofeng count as? Men who think she's prettier than me are all blind. All these years, Nangong Lan had to disguise herself outside, so she vented all her emotions on Nangong Yuni. You don't want to insult her? Fine. Then I'll cut off your tongue as well, so that you won't be able to say a single word in the future. Her dagger moved from his eyes to his lips, and then fiercely pried open Nangong Yuni's lips. Her smile was sinister and terrifying. Nangong Yuni felt the coldness on the tip of his tongue. His body trembled slightly, but he eventually regained his calm. He opened his eyes and looked at Nangong Lan with pity. Indeed, this Nangong Lan was too pitiful. Right now, she could only use these words to numb herself. Chapter 11:22. Nangong Yuni, you're courting death. Nangong Yuni's gaze pierced Nangong Lan. She could cut off his tongue with just a little force. Bang! At this moment, the prison door was blasted open by a force. She was so shocked that her hand trembled and she couldn't hold on to the dagger in her hand. You are, Nangong Lan turned her head angrily. Just as she was about to curse, she saw Milk Tea and Queen Rat in the prison. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Why are you here? It was impossible for her not to recognize the two people beside Yun Luofeng. But what she couldn't figure out was why these two people would appear here. Nangong Yuni heard Nangong Lan's voice and his tired eyes slightly lifted. He turned to look at Milk Tea and Queen Rat. His expression finally relaxed. Yun Luofeng came? That's right, it must be because she came that her two subordinates would appear here. Xiao Bai. Milk Tea saw Lin Ruobai, who was nailed to the wall, with a single glance. She hurriedly ran over with an anxious expression on her face. The nails on her body are quite special. If we pull them out by force, Xiao Bai's soul might scatter. This won't do. We have to get Master to save Xiao Bai. Queen Rat didn't speak. Her cold phoenix eyes swept towards Nangong Lan. Are you prepared to receive my master's wrath? Nangong Lan's expression changed and she snorted. Our three families have the protection of the ancestral elders. Who does Yun Luofeng think he is? He's no match for the ancestral elders. Queen Rat, seeing that Queen Rat wanted to continue speaking, Milk Tea had already walked over. Xiao Bai's condition is too bad. Under the influence of these nails, her soul is very weak. If we don't treat her in time, she might not be able to be saved. We'll go find Master now. Also, Milk Tea pointed at Nangong Yuni, who was lying on the ground. This guy is Master's friend. I'll bring him along. You capture this woman and hand her over to Master. After saying this, Milk Tea walked towards Nangong Yuni, who was covered in blood. He looked at Nangong Yuni's injuries and his expression suddenly changed. His spine is fractured, his legs are fractured, and his internal organs are damaged. His injuries are extremely serious. Fortunately, our master's medical skills are excellent, and he should be able to be saved. If it was someone else, even if he was saved, he would only be a cripple. Milk Tea squatted down and carried Nangong Yuni. After enduring the pain for so long, Nangong Yuni finally couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Using his extremely weak voice, he asked, "Can you be a little gentler?" "No." Milk Tea snorted. "Who asked you to be so stupid to go against the Nangong family single-handedly?" Nangong Yuni bitterly laughed. "I also didn't expect it to be like this. As soon as I returned to the Nangong family, I was locked up by them." He had originally heard that the three great clans had captured Lin Ruobai and wanted to come back to investigate the situation. Who would have thought that he would be labeled as a bastard upon his return? If something like this happens again, wait for my master. Don't try to act tough alone. Milk Tea glared at Nangong Yuni. She raised her hand and patted his back. "This bit of pain is for you to remember." Although Milk Tea's words were very impolite, Nangong Yuni could still hear the concern in her voice. His lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. You've hurt Master's disciple and friend. Queen Rat coldly walked to Nangonglan's side. Even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Chapter 1123. Nangonglan was so frightened that she wanted to take 2 steps back. Her face was pale. The Rat Empress did not give her a chance to escape. She grabbed her by the collar and walked out of the cell. Not everyone can withstand the Master's anger. The Nangong family. In the courtyard, Yun Luofeng's chi was as sharp as a sword. He coldly stared at the people who were hiding under the vine's attacks. If we continue like this, she will catch us one by one. Therefore, we must kill her first. Only when she is dead will the vine stop. The grey-robed elder glared at Yun Luofeng and gritted his teeth. In an instant, the surviving elders stopped hiding and used all their strength to charge towards Yun Luofeng. Go to hell. Following this angry roar, an elder in the sky slammed his palm towards Yun Luofeng's head. His eyes were extremely cold and his chi was like a rainbow. Everyone believed that if this palm landed, Yun Luofeng's brain would definitely explode and he would die without a complete corpse. Boom! Suddenly, a barrier appeared above the young girl's head and blocked the elder's attack. At the same time, the barrier exploded. The powerful force of the explosion made the elder take 2 steps back. I heard that the method you used to capture my apprentice was to use an innocent person. Yun Luofeng raised her eyes and looked at the elders who were rushing towards her one after another. You used an innocent person to capture my apprentice. How will I settle this debt with you? The young girl's power surged and her black hair danced in the wind like a waterfall. She looked peerless and domineering. In the blink of an eye, the elders were already in front of her. All of them unleashed their most powerful attacks and planned to kill Yun Luofeng. No one hesitated. If they hesitated, they would be entangled by the vines. Yun Luofeng, you are extremely audacious. Today, we will kill you and tell the world that the 3 aristocratic families cannot be shaken. As for your apprentice, she deserves it. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Countless Holy Spirit cultivators' power surged into the sky, causing the sky to darken. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Under the fierce wind, the young girl's expression did not change. She was charming and cold, and her deep black eyes were like a vast ocean, so deep that they seemed to be able to attract people. At the same time, countless swords floated around her. These swords floated in the air, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Hua! When the elders arrived in front of Yun Luofeng, the long swords finally moved. They flew towards the elders in an orderly manner, and as they sliced through the air, they left behind deep shadows. When I was in the medical tower, I said this. Those who obey me, you will have the world. Those who defy me, you will have hell. Puchi. The long swords blocked the attacks of the elders. It was as if a wave of power had ruthlessly struck their chests, causing them to immediately feel a bone-piercing pain. One of the elders seemed to have sensed something and raised his head in shock. You're a Holy Spirit? Holy Spirit. The master of the medical tower was actually a Holy Spirit? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up coldly. I'm sorry, I just happened to break through to the Holy Spirit level last night. Rumble. It was like thunder rolling in the sky. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Lin Ruobai was able to fight with these elders, but they could see that his body had changed, causing his strength to increase rapidly. But Yun Luofeng had truly become a Holy Spirit. Chapter 1124. She wasn't even 20 years old. There had never been such a genius in history. Holy Spirit practitioner? Impossible. You said that you broke through to Holy Spirit practitioner last night, but a Holy Spirit practitioner's breakthrough would cause a commotion. Why didn't we notice it? The grey-robed elder gritted his teeth and asked. There's no need for you to know about this. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows, showing his arrogance. His beautiful figure stood in the wind, so beautiful that people couldn't look away. The vines didn't launch a surprise attack this time. Instead, they wrapped around the elders' bodies and tied them tightly to their bodies. The elders' faces turned pale from the initial shock. Finally, they looked defeated, as if they were facing death calmly. Master. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the side. Yun Luofeng turned around and saw Milk Tea carrying Nangong Yini as she walked over quickly. Nangong? Yun Luofeng was stunned. In a flash, he appeared next to Milk Tea and took Nangong Yini's body. Anger surged in his heart. Who hurt him like this? No wonder Nangong Yini didn't come out when she caused such a commotion. So even Nangong Yini had fallen into their hands. Nangong Qing's expression was very ugly. He didn't think that Nangong Lan would torture Nangong Yini like this. Fortunately, this kid was no longer his son. Otherwise, he would definitely die of heartache. Master, the Rat Empress walked over and threw Nangong Lan on the ground. She raised her head and looked at Yun Luofeng. Master Nangong was hurt by this woman. Yun Luofeng's brows furrowed even tighter. Where's Xiaobai? You didn't find Xiaobai? Milk Tea and the Rat Empress looked at each other. Even though they couldn't bear it, they still answered truthfully. Master, Xiaobai was nailed to the wall by a soul nail. The Rat Empress and I didn't dare to act rashly, so we came to find you to save Xiaobai. Soul nail? The anger in Yun Luofeng's heart grew stronger and stronger. He glanced coldly at everyone from the Nangong family. I said that if she bleeds even a drop of blood, everyone from the 3 great families will die. But not only did you make her bleed, you also made her suffer such pain. So, I will make you suffer for eternity. Rat Empress, take care of these people. Milk Tea, come with me to save Little White. As he spoke, Yun Luofeng had already flashed into the distance. Thus, only the echoes of his words could be heard in the courtyard. Yun Luofeng followed behind Milk Tea and quickly entered the cell. When she saw Lin Ruobai nailed to the wall, her heart clenched fiercely. Milk Tea, move aside. I'll help her remove the soul nail. The soul nail could suppress the spiritual qi in a cultivator's body. At the same time, it could also consume a human's soul until the soul dissipated. After Milk Tea retreated, Yun Luofeng gathered all the spiritual energy in her palm. Her palm landed lightly on Lin Ruobai's head. Her tone was no longer as domineering as before. Instead, it was gentle. Xiaobai, I'm sorry. I've come late. When you left Spiritual God Mountain and chose to follow me, I had already made up my mind to ensure your safety. But, in the end, I still couldn't protect you. You were injured again and again. However, I can make anyone who hurts you pay a price 1,000 times worse than you. Lin Ruobai didn't make a sound. If it wasn't for the faint beard at the tip of her nose, perhaps Yun Luofeng would have thought that she had already passed away. Xiaobai, when I help you remove the soul nail, it will hurt a little. You must endure it no matter what. Chapter 1125. Poof. After Yun Luofeng poured her spiritual power into Lin Ruobai's body, her body suddenly trembled, and a soul nail was forced out of her body. However, there were still hundreds of soul nails in Lin Ruobai's body. These soul nails were connected to the soul, and if one wasn't careful, the soul would suffer irreparable damage. Therefore, Yun Luofeng was very careful with every step, afraid that she would hurt Lin Ruobai's soul. Time was racing against time, and the sky outside the prison also darkened. Unknowingly, Yun Luofeng's back was already soaked in sweat, and it stuck to her back tightly. Milk Tea clenched her small fists tightly and looked at Yun Luofeng worriedly. Master, why don't you rest for a while? If this goes on, your body won't be able to take it. Yun Luofeng didn't seem to hear Milk Tea's words. The spiritual power in her body flowed freely into Lin Ruobai's body, completely ignoring the consequences of her body drying up. Fortunately, the divine grimoire's space could provide her with spiritual power. Otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago. Even so, the divine grimoire's supply couldn't compare to the supply she gave to Lin Ruobai. That peerlessly beautiful and moving face had already become pale and colorless at this moment. The nails in Lin Ruobai's body decreased, and the number of soul nails piled up on the ground increased. Perhaps because the soul nails were removed, Lin Ruobai's soul was stimulated, causing her brows to involuntarily furrow, as if she was enduring a great deal of pain. Finally, under Yun Luofeng's coercion, the last soul nail was forced out of her body. Her body also uncontrollably fell to the ground. Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng's footsteps staggered slightly, and she propped herself up so that she didn't fall. When she looked up, she saw Lin Ruobai's body suddenly fall down. She quickly took 2 steps forward and tightly hugged her fallen body. After the soul nails were removed, Lin Ruobai's brows also relaxed. Her expression was very peaceful as she quietly fell into Yun Luofeng's arms. Yun Luofeng hugged Lin Ruobai's body tightly, and her expression was very calm. So calm that it was like the calm before the storm. Master. Milk Tea opened her mouth, and her eyes gazed at Yun Luofeng with concern. Even though Yun Luofeng was expressionless, Milk Tea could feel that her heart was bleeding. Milk Tea, put away the soul spikes. I still have use for them. Yun Luofeng's slender fingers gently stroked Lin Ruobai's hair. A warm smile appeared on her beautiful face. Xiao Bai, sleep in peace. I will avenge you. After saying this, Yun Luofeng carefully placed Lin Ruobai on the ground. She took out a few silver needles from her ring and pierced them into Lin Ruobai's temples. Master? Milk Tea saw Yun Luofeng's actions and asked curiously, what are you doing? Yun Luofeng stood up. Lin Ruobai's soul is heavily injured, and I don't have any medicinal ingredients to help her recover her soul strength at the moment. If she doesn't recover soon, her soul will quickly dissipate, so I used a needle to seal her soul in her body. I'll wake her up after I find the medicinal ingredients. Master, put Lin Ruobai in the grimoire space. Little Mo's voice sounded from within his soul. The spirit chi in the temple space can help her repair her body so that her body will not be damaged. Yun Luofeng was startled. Only spirit beasts can enter the divine grimoire space? Chapter 1126. Master, you've sealed Lin Ruobai's soul, so she's now a body without a soul. The divine grimoire won't reject her entry. Little Mo explained patiently. Yun Luofeng nodded, all right, then I'll put her in the divine grimoire first. Next, it's time for me to settle the score with these people. As she finished speaking, she waved her hand and the girl lying on the ground disappeared without a trace. Then, she turned and walked out of the prison. At this moment, the girl's aura was terrifying. She was like a demon from hell, so powerful that it made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The Nangong family. Inside the courtyard, under the pressure of the Rat Queen, no one dared to move. Like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough, their eyes were filled with fear. In the past, they could still rely on the ancestral elders. Unfortunately, the ancestral elders had already been tied up by vines. Having lost their protection, they didn't even dare to run away. Amidst this fear, Yun Luofeng slowly walked over from the front. The cold moonlight shone down, enveloping the girl's snow-white dress. However, it couldn't cover up her terrifying aura. With every step she took, everyone's hearts trembled. The fear in their eyes had already turned into despair. Yun Luofeng, Nangong Uni was startled when he saw Yun Luofeng come alone. You couldn't save your disciple? Yun Luofeng shook her head. I've already sent her to a safe place. Don't worry. I'm here now to settle the score with the Nangong family. Her aura didn't change. Her evil eyes turned towards Nangong Qing. Previously, I gave you a chance because of Nangong Uni, but I didn't think that you wouldn't take advantage of it. Nangong Qing's expression changed. You said you gave me a chance because of What a joke. If you really thought of him as a friend, you wouldn't have fed me poison. Yun Luofeng's black eyes were deep and serene. What I gave you wasn't poison, but a great tonic. Originally, I wanted Nangong to tell you everything when he returned. Who knew that you wouldn't give him the chance, a great tonic? Nangong Qing's eyes widened and his body trembled. You're lying to me. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. If you don't believe me, you can feel the power in your body. Is it much stronger than before? Yun Luofeng's voice was very calm, so calm that no emotion could be heard. Nangong Yuni clearly knew that the current Yun Luofeng was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. However, in order to make Nangong Qing regret for the rest of his life, she temporarily suppressed the anger in her heart. Nangong Qing was shocked and quickly sat down cross-legged. As he inspected his body, his expression became more and more unsightly. That's right. This was not a poison. Instead, it strengthened his physique. The funny thing was that he actually thought that it was poison and didn't hesitate to commit such a huge mistake. I gave you the tonic for Nangong. If you weren't Nangong's father, I would have treated you the same as the other two aristocratic families. The girl's evil and awe-inspiring voice cut through the void and fell into everyone's ears. Nangong Yuni looked at the young girl standing in the wind, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Yun Luofeng was a person who cherished old friendships. Even if she didn't like Nangong Qing, she would still have shown mercy for him. Unfortunately, Nangong Qing didn't properly cherish this opportunity. As a result, he was reduced to eternal damnation. Chapter 1127. Nangong Qing staggered to his feet and shook his head. His face was pale as he said, why did this happen? Oh right, you said you were merciful because of Nangong Yuni, but Nangong is not my son. He's just a bastard. If you knew this, you would still have poisoned me. Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, Nangong Qing started laughing maniacally. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Nangong Yuni. Yun Luofeng subconsciously turned to look at Nangong Yuni before looking at Nangong Qing. You said that Nangong is not your son? Where is the evidence? Nangong Qing laughed mockingly. His mother is a bitch. Back then, I loved her so much, but she had an affair with my brother and gave birth to that bastard, Nangong Yuni. The funny thing is that I was kept in the valley and even planned to pass the Nangong family to Nangong Yuni. Your brother? Nangong Chen? Yun Luofeng laughed coldly. Milk tea, Rat Empress, bring Nangong Chen to me. Nangong Qing was stunned. He didn't understand how Yun Luofeng knew Nangong Chen's name. Just as he finished speaking, Milk Tea and the Rat Empress disappeared. The gold-seeking rats were very fast and were very good at finding people. Hence, it didn't take long for the tortured Nangong Chen to be brought before them. Mu Qianqian and her daughter had a bad feeling when they saw Nangong Chen being brought here. Behave yourself. Milk Tea threw the struggling Nangong Chen on the ground and warned him fiercely. Nangong Chen was confused. He looked at the ancestral elder who was tied up by the vines and then at the pale Nangong Qing. He clearly didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice came from beside him, causing his body to freeze. Do you know Yang Shui? Yang Shui? Nangong Chen was stunned. He quickly raised his head and stared at the beautiful girl next to him. What do you mean? The girl's lips curled into a cold smile. Her black eyes were deep. Your first love, Yang Shui, is already dead. Boom! Nangong Chen's body trembled. He quickly got up from the ground and angrily charged at Yun Luofeng. Bang! Before he could reach Yun Luofeng, the girl lifted her leg and kicked him into the crowd. Nangong Chen coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face looked hideous. Nonsense. Shui can't be dead. She's definitely not dead. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mu Qianqian to bring her here. You can see if she will hand over your men. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Mu Qianqian's face. Mu Qianqian's face turned pale and she glared angrily at Yun Luofeng. Don't you try to frame me. I don't know this Yang Shui. I don't even know who she is. Suddenly, Nangong Chen got up again and dashed toward Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian didn't have Yun Luofeng's reflexes, so her clothes were instantly grabbed by Nangong Chen. His face was ferocious as he roared, Mu Qianqian, what did you promise me? As long as I listen to you and frame Nangong Yuni and his mother, you'll let Shui or go. It's been more than 20 years. Where have you hidden my Shui in these 20 years? Return her to me. Return her to me. Nan Gongchen screamed at the top of his lungs. His blood-red eyes looked as if he wanted to devour someone. Chapter 11:28. You lunatic, let go of me. Mu Qianqian raised her hand and slapped Nan Gongchen across the face. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. I've already said that I don't know who Yang Shui is. I don't know what you're talking about either. Where am I supposed to find someone for you? Nan Gongchen burst into laughter. As he laughed, tears began to stream down his cheeks. Mu Qianqian, I shouldn't have listened to you and framed Nan Gongyuni and his mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have harmed two innocent people. In the end, I couldn't even save Shui. Don't think that I don't know that Nan Gonglan is not my big brother's daughter. She's a bastard child that you had after a night of flirting with another man. In order to find a scapegoat, you plotted against my big brother while he was drunk. Nan Gongchen's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. He recalled everything that he had done for the past 20 years. He really wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps across the face. However, after hearing his words, Nan Gongqing's body froze. He widened his eyes in disbelief and glared at Nan Gongchen. What did you just say? Fu was wrongly accused by you? Is really my son? He must be lying. This is impossible. Nan Gongchen sneered, Big brother, you're really stupid. You believe everything that Mu Qianqian and I say. Your beloved woman has never betrayed you. Is indeed your son. Boom. As if a bolt of lightning had struck his head, Nan Gongqing's face turned as red as a pig's liver. His body trembled as he looked at Nan Gongyuni, who was covered in wounds. He felt a pang in his heart. Fu did not betray me. Is really my son. What on earth is he doing? He chased away his beloved woman and caused his only son to suffer such serious injuries. You're lying. Nan Gonglan charged towards Nan Gongchen like a madman, her fists hammered fiercely on his body. I'm the daughter of the Nan Gong family. I'm my father's child. You dare accuse me of shielding Nan Gongyuni? Who does Nan Gongyuni think he is? What right does he have to be my father's son? Nan Gongchen did not dodge and allowed Nan Gonglan to hammer him fiercely. At this moment, he was already prepared to die. Since Shui was already dead, what was the point of him living on? If he couldn't protect her when she was alive, he wouldn't let anyone hurt her when he was in hell. Nan Gongqing looked at Nan Gongyuni with a pained expression. His face was filled with guilt. Father is too much of a bastard. I actually thought that you were Nan Gongchen's bastard. It's father's fault, father has let you down. He begged for Nan Gongyuni's forgiveness not only because Nan Gongyuni was his son, but also because he had a good relationship with Yun Luofeng. If Nan Gongyuni forgave him, Yun Luofeng would definitely let him go for his sake. Unfortunately, Nan Gongqing had guessed wrongly this time. The Nan Gong family had harmed Xiaobai. They would not be able to atone for their sins even if they were to die 10,000 times. What's more, Nan Gongyuni saw through his thoughts with a single glance. He turned his head and ignored him. Not to mention that he had no feelings for his father. Even if he did, he would still stand by Yun Luofeng's side. Plop. Nan Gongqing suddenly knelt on the ground, tears of regret streaming down his face. I won't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope that you can let me go on account of how well I've treated you in the past. Furthermore, using the soul spikes to deal with Lin Ruobai was the ancestral elder's idea. I wasn't the one who injured you. I'm innocent. Chapter 11:29. Even now, Nan Gongqing was still trying to absolve himself of his mistakes and wanted to push all the blame onto someone else. From the moment you thought I was a bastard, you were no longer my father. Nan Gongyuni's face revealed a cold smile. I won't feel any sympathy for you. Was he ruthless? Did he really not care about how well Nan Gongqing treated him? No. It was because he understood Nan Gongqing's personality. This man was vicious and merciless. He would not stop until he reached his goal. Now that the Nangong family had fallen in Yun Luofeng's hands, how could he let it go? No matter how much Nangong Qing loved him, it couldn't compare to his friendship with Yun Luofeng over the years. For Yun Luofeng, he would not be soft-hearted. Nangong Yuni. Nangong Qing said angrily, "Are you really so heartless? I'm still your father. If you kill your father, won't you be struck by lightning?" Nangong Yuni wanted to continue speaking, but Yun Luofeng raised his hand and stopped her. "You don't need to find trouble with Nangong." The young girl raised her eyebrows. "Even if he pleads for you, I won't spare anyone from the three great families." Nangong Qing's face was ashen, his eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, the young girl's domineering voice appeared in everyone's mind. "Those who obey me, you have the world. Those who defy me, you can walk through hell." If they submitted to her, with her strength, they could have a share of the world in the future. But if they defy her, they could only walk in that endless hell. Previously, you used soul nails to nail Xiao Bai to the wall, causing her to suffer great pain. Now, I will return this pain to you 1,000 times over. Yun Luofeng extended his hand towards Milk Tea. "Milk Tea, give me the soul nails you just picked up." Milk Tea didn't know what Yun Luofeng wanted to do, but she still took out the soul nails. Use fire to burn these soul nails for a full 7 days, then soak them in poison lingji juice for 5 days. After drying them, nail these people to the pillars. After 49 days, their souls will fly away and scatter. These people had only used ordinary soul nails on Lin Ruobai, which could only consume her soul, causing her to suffer the pain of her soul being consumed. Moreover, it required hundreds of soul nails to have this effect. But after Yun Luofeng changed these soul nails, they were no longer like this. A single soul spike was enough to make them experience pain that was thousands of times worse than what Lin Ruobai had experienced. Lin Ruobai's soul was being consumed, and his strength was being locked away. Their souls, on the other hand, felt like they were in purgatory at all times. How could an ordinary person endure that kind of pain? Unfortunately, the purgatory was burning their souls, so they couldn't faint even if they wanted to. More importantly, the soul nails that Lin Ruobai was enduring would cause her soul to scatter within 10 days. In other words, she only had to endure 10 days of pain. However, the soul nail that had been modified by Yun Luofeng only lasted for 49 days before its soul dissipated. "No!" Nangong Lan screamed, "Yun Luofeng, are you even human? How can you be so vicious? I definitely don't want to be tortured like this." Her body was trembling and her face was pale. "Vicious?" Yun Luofeng laughed coldly. "When you tortured Whitey, did you ever think of being vicious? When you broke Nangong Lan's bones, did you ever think that you were too vicious? Yun Luofeng, do not repay evil with good. I only know how to fight poison with poison." Chapter 1130. Nangong Lan's body softened and she fell to the ground. She opened her beautiful eyes in despair. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. "Milk Tea, I'll leave the punishment for these people to you. Rat Empress, bring the Rat clan to watch over the other 2 families. I'll go back and treat Nangong first. I'll settle the score with the other 2 families later." News of what she had done to the Nangong nobles would soon reach those 2 families. Hence, she had asked the Rat Empress to lead the Rat clan's troops to detain them. This was to prevent those people from escaping secretly. Hiss. When Yun Luofeng bent down to carry Nangong Yuni's body was pulled by her. He grimaced in pain. "Yun Luofeng, are you still a woman? Can't you be gentler?" Yun Luofeng glanced at him. "There's no need to be gentle with you." Nangong Yuni's handsome face darkened, and he complained, "You master and servant really have the same virtue. It's really like master, like pet, like pet." Hearing this, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed his eyes. He used his palm to forcefully slap Nangong Yuni's broken bones. Nangong Yuni cried out in pain. "Yun Luofeng." He gritted his teeth and called out, "Nangong, you were injured by Nangong Lan to this extent? Yun Luofeng's lips curled into an evil smile. Where are the spiritual beasts I gave you? Nangong Yuni said embarrassedly. Nangong Lan used your disciple's life to threaten me. I had no choice but to take back the 2 spiritual beasts. You've studied in Wuxia for so many years. Is your brain filled with glue? Yun Luofeng sneered. She threatened you and you took back the spiritual beasts? If capturing Xiao Bai was just to make me hand over the antidote, it wouldn't harm her life. Why can't you even understand this? Furthermore, Yun Luofeng paused. They couldn't kill Xiao Bai. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the soul nails to restrain her. Nangong Yuni rubbed the back of his head. His face was full of shame. I didn't think that much in the moment. Remember, no matter what you do in the future, use your brain to think carefully. Don't be too impulsive. Yun Luofeng looked at Nangong again. You and Xiao Bai are both very important to me. I don't wish for anyone by my side to be injured, especially injuries that don't need to be. Nangong Yuni's own strength was not weak, and with the addition of the 2 spiritual beasts, he was actually beaten to such a state by Nangong Lan. Thank you. Just as Yun Luofeng was about to leave, she suddenly heard a voice coming from her shoulder, causing her to stop in her tracks. Nangong, she smiled, very soon, I will leave the limitless continent. At that time, I will wait for you on another continent. I will wait for you to become stronger and find me. Nangong Yuni's voice was filled with unswerving determination. All right, I'll definitely look for you. This was his promise to her. A lifetime commitment. After returning to the medical tower, Yun Luofeng began treating Nangong Yuni's injuries. Because Nangong Yuni's injuries were too severe, it would not be easy to treat him. Therefore, he estimated that it would take a few days before Nangong Yuni's injuries could recover. It was also at this time that Mu Chu, who had been sent by Yun Luofeng to train in the dragon pool, returned. Miss Yun, I've already retrieved the dragon scale from the mission you gave me. I wonder if I can now join your medical tower? Mu Chu's body swayed a little. Half of his face was stained with blood. One of his fingers revealed the eerie white bone, and his clothes were tattered. Chapter 1131. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly as he looked at Mu Chu, who was standing in front of him. Go and rest first. I will get someone to treat your injuries. Also, come with me to the Wu family tomorrow. Mu Chu was startled. He looked at Yun Luofeng happily. Are you saying that you plan to bring me to save my sister tomorrow? He had just returned to Endless City and did not understand what had happened. He did not know how much of a commotion Yun Luofeng's actions had caused in Endless City today. Following the destruction of the Nangong clan, the 3 great clans were in a state of panic. Especially after they heard about Yun Luofeng's inhumane actions, they panicked and regretted their actions. Patriarch Wu, the O family patriarch, was filled with endless regret. His face was filled with grief. I never thought that Yun Luofeng, that woman, would actually annihilate all the ancestral elders of our 3 great families by herself. What should we do now? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? What should we do? Clan Master Wu let out a bitter laugh. His body softened and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair and pain. What else can we do? Are we going to give up everything and escape? Even if we start all over again, it won't be difficult with our strength. It's better than dying here, the O clan master said with determination. Indeed, starting all over again was better than dying here. Then let's leave now. It'll be too late if we're late. The Wu clan master gritted his teeth and stood up. His eyes flashed with determination. The 2 of them did not even plan to prepare anything and were about to leave in a hurry. However, at this moment, a panicked voice was heard. Master, something bad has happened. The people from the medical tower have surrounded the Wu clan. A servant stumbled over. He sounded like he was about to cry and his eyes were filled with anxiety. What? The Wu clan master's face turned pale. The medical tower is so fast. We're doomed. This time, we're definitely doomed. The O clan master's eyes darkened. how is the O clan? He had originally come to discuss how to deal with the medical tower with the Wu clan master. Who knew that Yun Luofeng would attack the Nangong clan? At first, they did not think much of it. After all, the elders were here. No matter how strong Yun Luofeng was, he would die in the Nangong clan. However, things didn't go according to plan. When they heard that all the ancestral elders had fallen into Yun Luofeng's hands, they began to panic. If they lost these ancestral elders, the three great clans would only amount to so much. The people from the medical tower also went to the O clan. The servant's voice trembled. They saw that the O clan lord wasn't there, so they burned the O clan to the ground. What? Patriarch O's body swayed a few times and he almost fell to the ground. He stared at the servant with an ashen face. Did you just say that my O clan was burned down by the people of the medical tower? The O clan's clan master's eyes were blood red at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked as if he wanted to eat someone alive. This scared the servant so much that his whole body trembled. What a good Yun Luofeng. She actually dared to do such an outrageous thing. She won't have a good death. The O clan's master gnashed his teeth in hatred. If Yun Luofeng was in front of him, he would probably want to drink her blood and eat her flesh. Patriarch Wu sat paralyzed on the ground and asked in despair, "This time, we've already lost." Moreover, they were defeated by a new force in Endless City. Chapter 1132. Patriarch O sneered. His smile was sinister and terrifying, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. That's not necessarily true. Today, after leaving the medical tower, I've asked my daughter to temporarily leave Endless City and go to her fiancé's side. My goal is to prevent her from being accidentally injured in this incident. If my daughter finds out that we've died at the hands of the medical tower, she'll definitely avenge us. Patriarch Wu's eyes dimmed. Even if Oya managed to escape this time, so what if she avenged them in the end? She could no longer save their lives. Whoosh! At that moment, a crowd surged outside the door. Patriarch Wu, who was thinking of countermeasures, saw a group of people walking in from outside the courtyard, and his expression changed completely. The leader of the group was a young girl in white. Even the words, peerless beauty, were insufficient to describe her beauty. Patriarch Wu and Patriarch O knew that their time was up. Their faces were extremely pale, and their bodies could not help but tremble. Mu Chu. Suddenly, Patriarch Wu caught a glimpse of the man standing next to Yun Luofeng. His expression changed abruptly, and he roared angrily, "You traitor, how dare you collude with Yun Luofeng? You want to harm our Wu family? We raised you and your sister for so many years. You're an ingrate." Yun Luofeng's evil eyes glanced at the furious Patriarch Wu, and he said casually, "He has been loyal to you for so many years, and he has already repaid you for raising him and his sister. Furthermore, you used his sister to threaten him, and you even wanted to marry her to a cripple. How is he going to settle this score with you?" Mu Chu's handsome face instantly darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared coldly at Patriarch Wu. "You want to marry my sister to a cripple?" Patriarch Wu did not expect Yun Luofeng to know about this, and his old face was filled with astonishment. "That's right," he came back to his senses and said with a sneer, "I do want to marry her to a cripple, but what can I do about it? That cripple is willing to exchange an extremely precious medicinal herb for her. Your little bitch has been eating and drinking in my Wu family for so many years, don't you think she needs to take revenge? Do I have to raise her for nothing?" Boom! Mu Chu's anger erupted from the top of his head as he angrily said, "Freeloading? All these years, I've been a guard for the Wu family. Aside from food and clothing, what else have I received from the Wu family? We eat plain tea and eat plain food, and wear sackcloth clothes. But for so many years, we've never even mentioned our monthly allowance, and you're saying that we're freeloaders?" When he thought of the grievances the siblings had suffered all these years, the rage in his heart couldn't help but surge out and spread out in a destructive manner. "Mu Chu, how dare you?" Facing Yun Luofeng, Patriarch Wu didn't dare to say anything. But Mu Chu was a member of the Wu clan, and he had always been loyal. Thus, he completely ignored Yun Luofeng's existence and glared at him. Who gave you the courage to say such words? If it weren't for the fact that you and your sister are homeless, I wouldn't have taken you in. Now that I've accepted the two of you, you still dare to make other requests. I won't even give you a copper coin, let alone a monthly salary. That's right. In Patriarch Wu's heart, he was already exceptionally benevolent to give the siblings a meal, yet he still dared to ask for a monthly salary? Chapter 1133. Who has given him the face to say something like this? Mu Chu, you must remember that the Wu family has no lack of guards. However, not only are you not grateful to the Wu family, you're even speaking in such a shameless manner. You'd better think about how much the Wu family has done for you. Yun Luofeng crossed his arms over his chest and his lips curled into an evil smile. She did not speak but watched to see how Mu Chu would deal with the Wu family. Mu Chu's eyes slowly filled with disappointment. He had previously been grateful to the Wu family for adopting him. That was why he had obeyed Yun Luofeng and made such a request. However, the Wu family did not seem to remember his years of protection. Instead, they thought that he had received the Wu family's kindness. That year, in order to protect my cousin's sister, your daughter, I nearly lost my life at the hands of spiritual beasts. However, I've never used this kindness to blackmail the Wu family. I've always played my part as a guard. Master Wu scoffed coldly at the disappointed Mu Chu. You protected her willingly, I didn't force you. What right do you have to blackmail the Wu family with this? Mu Chu shook his head. He could no longer speak. Perhaps he should have given up from the moment the Wu family had poisoned his sister in order to force him to go to the medical tower to get close to Yun Luofeng. Tisk, tsk, a tree that doesn't want its bark will surely die. A shameless man is invincible. A little girl in fiery red robes took 2 steps forward and stood next to Yun Luofeng. Her tender little face was curled into a mocking smile and her large, bright eyes were filled with mockery. I've lived for so many years and this is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. Master Wu's expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Mu Chu. What are you still standing there for? Get your ass over here right now. Mu Chu did not move. He stood quietly next to Yun Luofeng and stared expressionlessly at Master Wu. Master Wu's expression became more and more unsightly. He turned to Yun Luofeng and said, Yun Luofeng, you clearly heard what I said to him just now. That's right, Mu Chu is a member of our Wu family. He is also a spy I sent to your medical tower. If you keep him by your side, he will definitely be a threat to you. Since you betrayed the Wu family, I won't let you off easily either. A ruthless glint flashed across Master Wu's eyes as he glanced at Mu Chu evilly. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin, his deep black eyes filled with a smile. I already knew about this matter. What did you say? Patriarch Wu was shocked. He did not believe that Mu Chu would have the guts to reveal his identity. Unless, he didn't want to save his sister. From the first day Mu Chu entered the medical tower, he had already confessed everything. So, I already knew that he was a member of the Wu family. Yun Luofeng's face held an evil smile. As for how I knew that you wanted to marry his sister off to a cripple, that was because I had sent people to keep an eye on her. I have also cured the poison in her body. Patriarch Wu staggered a few more steps back and fell on his chair. Impossible. This is impossible. He didn't believe that he would lose everything. Mu Chu, Yun Luofeng gently raised his eyes. I'll leave the Wu family to you. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Mu Chu's expression was slightly complicated but he still replied respectfully, yes, Tower Master. Seeing the people from the medical tower surrounding the Wu family, Patriarch Wu's body trembled and he shouted hoarsely, Yun Luofeng, if you dare to accept Mu Chu, you will regret it. This boy has betrayed me now and he will betray you in the future. Just wait and see, ha 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 ha. Chapter 1134. A light flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes as she fell into deep thought. After a long while, she lifted her head to look at Mu Chu and asked, have you made the arrangements for your sister? Mu Chu's eyes filled with gratitude when he heard this. I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for your help, my sister and I would still be under the Wu family's control. You don't have to thank me. I only need you to repay me with your own power. Yun Luofeng smiled calmly. I'm different from the master of the Wu family. I won't restrict your freedom or deduct your monthly allowance. However, I only have one request. You are never allowed to betray the medical tower. A murderous intent flashed across her eyes as she spoke. A powerful aura spread from her body, so powerful that it made it hard for one to breathe. If I find out that you have the slightest intention of betrayal, you know what I will do. Mu Chu's heart suddenly trembled. With a determined look on his face, he said, Tower Master, I will never betray the medical tower. All right, you may leave. Yun Luofeng waved her hand and leaned tiredly against the chair. She had a lazy expression on her face, and her eyes were gently closed. Yes. Seeing Yun Luofeng's tired look, Mu Chu wanted to say more, but in the end, he cupped his fists and retreated. The moment he left, Yun Luofeng opened her eyes and rubbed the space between her brows. Her voice also carried a hint of exhaustion. Yun Shao, I'll be able to find you very soon. She had already broken through to become a holy spirit and was now qualified to head to another mainland. Now, she only needed to wait for a while. At this moment, in a luxurious palace far from Endless City, a man was half leaning on his head. His fine black hair cascaded down the bed like a waterfall. The man only wore a red cloak under the gauze curtains. His fair body was faintly discernible. He was so beautiful that it was indescribable. If one were to use a common term to describe this man, it would be coquettish slut. Master. A maidservant walked in from outside the door and reported respectfully, news has come from Endless City. The medical tower has destroyed the 3 aristocratic families. Oh. Hearing this, the man raised his head slightly. His hair that covered half of his face scattered to the side, revealing the cinnabar dot between his eyebrows, making him look even more seductive than a woman. If such a man were to disguise himself as a woman, no one would doubt his gender. Her name is Yun Luofeng? A sense of interest flashed in the man's eyes and his lips curled into a smile. Interesting, this woman is very interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting woman in a long time. By the way, what happened to that old man called Lin Yu? The maidservant joined her fists and said, ever since Yun Luofeng chased Lin Yu out of the medical tower, he has been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Master, should we stop him? This old man named Lin Yu was the one who had humiliated Yun Luofeng at the banquet and believed that he would definitely become one of the higher-ups of the Tower of Medicine. Unfortunately, he simply did not know that Yun Luofeng was the tower master of the medical tower. As a result, he was kicked out of the medical tower by Yun Luofeng and joined this faction. Don't worry about him. If he has the ability, let him take his own revenge. The man gently narrowed his eyes and the smile on his lips was seductive. However, that woman is not someone he can handle. Besides, I had asked him to go to the medical tower to get close to Yun Luofeng, yet he had messed it up and even tried to shirk his responsibility. I don't know if he's stupid or if he thinks that I'm stupid. Chapter 1135. The man turned his head slightly. His hair covered the side of his face, revealing his seductive red lips. You can leave first. Report to me if there's any news of Yun Luofeng. Yes, master. The maidservant cupped her fists and left. After the maidservant closed the door, the man slowly sat up on the bed. His long and narrow almond-shaped eyes carried an indecipherable smile. I heard that Yun Luofeng's disciple's soul has been injured. In order to heal his soul, he must consume the fruit of the soul. The man gently stroked his chin and smiled, so. Tian Luo, bring me the fruit of the soul. I'm going to hold a doctor's meeting. We'll use the fruit of the soul as a reward. Yun Luofeng will certainly be tempted to come. He fell silent for a moment before he continued, also, let Lin Yu hold the fruit of the soul. That day, I'd sent this old fart to the medical tower as a spy to find out Yun Luofeng's power. Who would have thought that he'd offend her? Since that's the case, I'll use this old thing to send him to Yun Luofeng and let her play with him. In the room, a shadow suddenly flashed out. After he cupped his fists towards the man on the bed, he instantly disappeared from the room. The man stared in the direction of the shadow guard's departure and seemed to be mumbling to himself, Yun Luofeng, the one chosen by the divine Dr. Zhu Qian. I'd like to see just how powerful you are. If Yun Luofeng could hear the man's words, he would certainly be extremely shocked. He actually knows that I've received Zhu Qian's inheritance. Then, where did he come from? The man paused and a seductive smile appeared on his beautiful face. If my guess is correct, that disciple of hers should be from there. I don't know if staying by her side is a blessing or a curse. However, the one chosen by Zhu Qian will not fall because of such a small difficulty. I believe that she can go far. A few days later, a piece of news spread across the entire mainland and caused a sensation. The Ji family was the most mysterious force in the land of infinity. It was said that the master of the Ji family was very young and as beautiful as a flower. She looked like a woman, but her power was extraordinary and she was cruel and merciless. Rumor had it that the master of the Ji family had broken through to the Holy Spirit rank and her power was comparable to that of the royal family. Now, the Ji family wanted to use the soul fruit as revenge and wanted to hold a medical conference. This conference had shocked countless countries. In order to obtain the soul fruit, all the countries had sent their experts. The reason was none other than the fact that the soul fruit could enhance a cultivator's soul. It was a peerless treasure that could only be chanced upon. However, as Master Ji didn't like to meet outsiders, the medical conference wasn't held in Ji City, where Ji family was located. Instead, it was held in the neighboring city. As the host of the conference, Lin Yu received countless bootlicking from the doctors who had arrived. Under the endless praise of these people, he was already so happy that he couldn't tell north from south. At the same time, in the Ji family's residence, a man leaned lazily against the back of the bed on a luxurious bed. His foxy eyes glanced at Tian Luo, who was standing in front of him, and asked, "How did it go?" Reporting to Master, doctors from various countries have already come to participate in the conference. Where's Yun Luofeng? The man narrowed his eyes. This Yun Luofeng was his true target this time. Chapter 1136. She's not here yet. Tian Luo's head was lowered the entire time. His grim voice was filled with respect and no one could see his expression clearly. The man's lips curled into a faint smile, displaying his natural charm. I can wait. We'll hold the meeting once Yun Luofeng has arrived. Also, how's Lin Yu's performance? Flushed with success. These 4 words summed up Lin Yu's recent situation. Let him be. The man smiled faintly. Lin Yu is full of lies, he cannot be allowed to live. Previously, he had humiliated Yun Luofeng in front of everyone. Treat this as a toy that I've sent to Yun Luofeng. As for this fruit of the soul, it's a gift from me to him. Tian Luo lowered his head without a word, but his heart was already filled with sympathy for Lin Yu. Who had asked Lin Yu to make 2 fatal mistakes? First, he had humiliated Yun Luofeng in front of everyone. Next, he had pushed all the blame for his mistakes onto Yun Luofeng, spouting a string of lies. Master hates it when people lie. Based on this alone, Lin Yu must not be allowed to live. Tian Luo, continue to keep an eye on Lin Yu. Report to me when Yun Luofeng arrives. As you wish. Tian Luo joined his fists. His body was like a gentle breeze as he disappeared from where he stood, Spirit City. It was extraordinarily bustling. Lin Yu was all smiles as he welcomed the cultivators who came and went. He was truly flushed with success. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since I've felt so pleased with myself? If I had not been lucky enough to join the Ji family, I probably would not have received such treatment. Yun Luofeng. When you had chased me out of the medicine tower that day, did you ever think that I would end up like this? When he thought of the task that the Ji family had given him, his elderly face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum flower as he smiled. In Lin Yu's eyes, Master had asked him to complete this task because he had taken a liking to his power. Otherwise, with so many people in the Ji family, why would he have asked him to host the meeting instead of someone else? Just then, Lin Yu's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on a peerless figure on the street. The young girl's lips curled into a languid smile as her evil eyes swept across the crowd. Her snow-white robes, coupled with her peerless features, made it impossible for anyone to ignore her. Yun Luofeng. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and burst into laughter. I didn't think that you'd come to participate in the doctor's conference as well. However, you've fallen into my hands this time. I won't let you off. News of the Tower of Medicine's actions in Endless City had yet to spread. As such, Lin Yu did not know that the young girl had already broken through to become a holy spirit. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. As for how that seductive man from the Ji family knew about this, that was because there were spies from the Ji family in Endless City, so Yun Luofeng's actions could not be hidden from him. Yun Luofeng seemed to feel that someone was staring at her. She looked up, and in an instant, a pair of eyes filled with anger and hatred fell into her eyes. Does this count as enemies meeting on a narrow road? Yun Luofeng rubbed his nose, his evil smile carrying a hint of helplessness. However, Lin Yu's power was not enough to make her feel fearful. Lin Yu's eyes were blood red. Those who did not know the truth would think that Yun Luofeng was the person who had killed her father. Perhaps Yun Luofeng had long forgotten what had happened that day, but he could never forget the humiliation of being chased out of the medicine tower. Chapter 1137. Lord Lin Yu, this young lady is. The doctors who had come to participate in the conference were very sharp-eyed. They noticed Lin Yu's blood-red eyes and turned their attention towards Yun Luofeng in unison. A brainless person. Lin Yu scoffed icily as a cold smile hung on the corners of his lips. He placed his hands behind his back and walked towards Yun Luofeng. He then raised his chin and spoke in a domineering manner. Yun Luofeng, I never thought that you'd end up like this. Of course, if you beg me, I'll let you participate in the doctor's conference. Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept towards Lin Yu and the corners of his lips twitched. Qingmu, take it out. Hearing this, the elderly man next to Yun Luofeng produced an invitation from his lapel and placed it in front of Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng took the invitation and stared coldly at Lin Yu. There was a sense of disdain in his eyes. This is an invitation from the Ji family. I wonder if the words of the master of the Ji family or your orders are more important in this doctor's conference? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. He never thought that Yun Luofeng would embarrass him on the spot. Instantly, his elderly face sank. Yun Luofeng, I'm in charge of this doctor's conference. I must decide whether you can obtain the fruit of the soul. If you kneel down and beg me now, I'll let you go. Otherwise. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Get out of my way. Qing Yan's little face turned cold when she saw Lin Yu's rudeness. She stood in front of Yun Luofeng and held her sword horizontally in front of her. I'm talking to your master. What's a little girl like you interrupting? Get out of my way. Lin Yu frowned impatiently. His voice was filled with a cold light. Qing Yan's little face turned frosty. She used the sword in her hand to block Lin Yu, who was about to step forward, preventing him from getting close to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng stood behind Qing Yan. Her dark eyes were filled with an evil smile and the corners of her lips were curled into a beautiful angle. Just then, a man's voice rang out from outside the crowd. This voice was so soft and numbing that it was very enjoyable to listen to it. I've heard that the master of the Ji family has decided on the participants of this doctor's conference. No one has the right to change the participants without permission. I wonder who gave you the guts to overstep your authority. Behind the bustling crowd, a scarlet robe caught everyone's attention. He was a peerlessly beautiful man. How beautiful was she? Even the most beautiful rose couldn't compare to this man's seductiveness. His red robe fluttered in the wind, and his hair, which was like a waterfall, fluttered in the wind. His gorgeous red lips curled up slightly, and his smile was enough to turn all living things upside down. In particular, there was a cinnabar dot between the man's eyebrows. The red was absolutely gorgeous, and it set off his coquettish temperament incisively and vividly. Yun Luofeng lifted his head and looked at the man who was walking over slowly. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a beautiful man. However, compared to a man's flirtatiousness, she preferred Yun Zhao's coldness and loyalty. Therefore, her astonishment only lasted for a brief moment before her eyes regained their calmness without the slightest fluctuation. "Who are you?" Lin Yu's expression sank. "This is the Ji family's business, it has nothing to do with you." In the dark, Tian Luo sneered disdainfully when he heard Lin Yu's words. His master's position in the Ji family was unparalleled. The funny thing was that he had the audacity to question his master's identity. He even claimed that his master had no right to meddle in other people's business. Chapter 1138. Well, based on Lin Yu's abilities, he did not have the right to meet his master. "You're not qualified to know my identity." The man's long and narrow almond-shaped eyes swept towards Lin Yu. His voice was cold and merciless while his peerlessly beautiful features were filled with a gloomy air. His gaze was so eerie that it made one's heart tremble. Perhaps Lin Yu was frightened out of his wits. His entire body trembled and he did not have the courage to meet the man's gaze. It was as if this man was like a demon god from hell. One look at him and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. "Just you wait." His eyes darkened a few times, and he coldly snorted as he flung his robe. "I indeed don't have the right to refuse you, but the fruit of soul is up to me. If I don't give it to you, you can't get it." After saying his piece, Lin Yu flung his robes fiercely before he turned around and stormed off. The man narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and stared coldly in the direction where Lin Yu had left. His red lips curled into a mocking smile. He seemed to be talking to Yun Luofeng, but also seemed to be talking to himself. "For this kind of mad dog, rather than letting him bite you, it's better to beat him to death." Yun Luofeng glanced at the flirtatious man beside him. "I'm not a mad dog, so I won't fight with a mad dog. Moreover, if I fight with a mad dog, the only one who will suffer is you." The coquettish man's gaze finally turned towards Yun Luofeng. He gently raised his snow-white chin, his wild eyes staring deeply at the young girl standing in front of him. "Don't you feel angry that he treated you like that?" Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders. "You've already said that he's a mad dog. As a human, how can I bicker with a mad dog?" "Oh." The man raised his eyebrows, and the interest in his eyes intensified. "It seems that your temper is not bad. I have underestimated you." He had initially thought that she would not miss the opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson if he presented Lin Yu to her. However, he never expected that this young girl would be so broad-minded. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Who knew where those rumors from the outside world came from? Didn't they say she was narrow-minded? He would never let himself suffer any grievances. If anyone insulted her, would she attack them without saying a word? Who was the one who spread these rumors? Why hadn't he noticed? Ah! Just as the man's admiration for Yun Luofeng grew, Lin Yu's shriek rang out from the mansion not too far away. Where did so many gold-seeking mice come from? Someone, get these gold-seeking mice off my body. Help! Don't bite my ear. Then, a hubbub of noise could be heard. Perhaps the gold-seeking mice had all retreated, so they regained their composure. The man's lips twitched. "I take back what I said. Broad-minded? If this woman had a big heart, then he would cut off his head and let Tian Luo kick it like a ball." Achoo! Tian Luo, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The mansion turned from its initial clamor into silence. Lin Yu, who had already left, rushed out angrily and glared at Yun Luofeng with fiery eyes. "Did you release the gold-seeking mice just now?" Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept over him. "Evidence? Aside from you, who else would do such a wicked thing?" Lin Yu was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He never thought that Yun Luofeng would be so sinister. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any evidence at all. Chapter 1139. Yes. Yun Luofeng nodded seriously and pointed at the seductive man next to her. Him. The man suddenly felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. His seductive face turned awkwardly towards Yun Luofeng. This little girl wants me to take the blame? Woman, we've only met once. There's no need for you to frame me. Even though he could crush Lin Yu as easily as crushing an ant, that did not mean he was willing to take the blame. I don't care which one of you is framing me, I'll show you what I'm capable of. A vicious light flashed across Lin Yu's eyes as he gritted his teeth and spoke. The seductive man's almond-shaped eyes gradually darkened. He had lived for so many years, yet no one had ever threatened him like this. What you're capable of? I'd like to see it for myself. He curled his lips into a particularly sinister smile. If you have the ability, show me what you're capable of. The man slowly walked towards Lin Yu. His aura, which was like a monstrous sea, spread outwards. In the face of this ocean-like aura, Lin Yu was like a small boat. All the man needed to do was stir the waves and he would be completely annihilated. You. Lin Yu's elderly face drained of color as he stumbled back. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, it's a warning. The man laughed maniacally. Scram. Otherwise, I'll make sure your blood splatters here and now. Lin Yu was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. Without waiting for the man to speak, he immediately scrambled out of the room. When he was 100 meters away from the man, he felt as if his life had been spared. A tiny fly almost dirted my clothes. The man raised his slender fingers and flicked at his clothes. His tightly furrowed brows were filled with disgust. His expression made it seem as if there were germs wherever Lin Yu had stood. Yun Luofeng raised his brows and stared at the seductive man with a forced smile. After a long pause, the man turned towards Yun Luofeng. His slightly raised brows were filled with a wild and domineering air. My name is Jiutian. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. There's no need for me to introduce myself. I believe that you already know who I am. Ever since the man had guessed that she was the one who had brought the gold-seeking mice, she understood that he had known about her identity. Only the people of Endless City knew about these things. Even Lin Yu, who had been chased out of the Tower of Healing, would not know about the forces in her hands. The man laughed. His smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of countries and cities. Yun Luofeng, the Tower Master of the Medical Tower, the current ruler of Endless City, a young girl who is not even 20 years old. The corners of Ji Jiutian's lips curled into a seductive smile once again. It's true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. I never thought that you would be as shameless as the rumors say. Yun Luofeng smiled and said, same to you. No matter how shameless I am, I can't compare to you. If it weren't for you accidentally revealing that you knew me, I don't know how long you would have hidden yourself. Haha. Ji Jiutian chuckled. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've been so interested in someone. As expected of that fellow's chosen successor, Yun Luofeng, Ji Jiutian, haven't admired many people in my life. You're the second. His lips curled into a smile. So, I'm definitely making friends with you. The first person he had admired was the powerhouse Zhu Qian from 10,000 years ago. Zhu Qian, who had once stood at the peak of this mainland but had died an unknown death. Chapter 1140. I'll accept you as a friend. Yun Luofeng extended her hand with a devilish smile. Her black eyes were bright, so bright that Ji Jiutian's figure was reflected in them. One more friend meant one more way out. Moreover, Ji Jiutian's strength wasn't bad and his character didn't make her dislike him, so why wouldn't she accept him? Ji Jiutian held Yun Luofeng's hand, the smile on his beautiful face becoming even wider. Yun Luofeng, to tell you the truth, you don't seem like a woman. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. You don't seem like a man either. Ji Jiutian's voice became sluggish and he shook his head helplessly. This woman wouldn't be satisfied until she angered him to death, right? Tian Luo looked at the deflated Ji Jiutian in shock. His cold expression instantly cracked. Ever since he had followed Master, he had never seen Master suffer any losses. But now, he had suffered losses at Yun Luofeng's hands 3 times. This woman, could it be that she was used to restrain his master? Moreover, if it had been anyone else who dared to speak to his master like this, their corpse would have been long gone. But Yun Luofeng had survived. Tian Luo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the unreasonable scene in front of him in disbelief. It's your first time here, so you probably don't have a place to stay. If you don't mind, you can stay in my courtyard. No need, I'll go find an inn myself. Yun Luofeng shook her head and rejected Ji Jiutian's good intentions. Ji Jiutian's lips curled up. Recently, the inn has run out of empty rooms. Even if you look for one, you won't be able to find a place to stay. Why don't you come to my place and stay for a few days? It would also be convenient for him to observe Zhu Qian's successor from a close distance. He wanted to see if this woman really had the ability to bring Zhu Qian's legacy to glory. Yun Luofeng fell silent. After a long time, she said helplessly, "Then I can only disturb you for a few days." Ji Jiutian, who had just suffered a setback at Yun Luofeng's hands, saw the young girl's helpless expression and his originally unresigned mood instantly calmed down. In fact, his mood had never been better. Tian Luo's sweat flowed more and more. He didn't know why, but he felt as if his master had changed into a different person. If he hadn't followed his master all the time, he would definitely have suspected that he had been replaced by someone else. Mississippi, Qing Yan cautiously pulled Yun Luofeng back. She looked at Ji Jiutian vigilantly and said, "We have just met this man. If we follow him, won't it be too unsafe?" Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. "Trust me, nothing will happen." It was indeed her first day meeting Ji Jiutian, but she had a very familiar feeling. Even she did not know where this feeling came from. However, she knew that Ji Jiutian would not hurt her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made friends with someone she had just met. Qing Yan did not continue to speak, but little Mo's voice came from her soul. "Master, don't be bewitched by his beauty. This man looks like a coquettish slut. One look and you can tell that he's not from a decent family. How can he compare to Yun Shao? Pure men like Yun Shao have long gone extinct. You mustn't throw away the watermelon to pick up the sesame seed." 3 black lines appeared on Yun Luofeng's forehead. Did she look like the kind of person who would abandon someone after using them? Moreover, his heart had already been occupied by Yun Shao. No one else could squeeze in. Little Mo seemed to have heard Yun Luofeng's voice and continued to speak. "You and Yun Shao have known each other for 5 or 6 years, but you still haven't given him a status. Even your first time was because you were trying to save Yun Shao. So, I can't help but worry."